Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Is it working? Is it working? Hooray! Moment. All right, I can hear myself. That's good. Hello, everybody. Is anyone there? Let's find out. YouTube has changed its kind of chat thing. It's weird. I need to find out what it actually does. But apparently it now rewards top people in chat or something. It's weird. And yeah, I'm trying to find out how that works. Here we go. Show chat. Hey, Ori, you are number 1, apparently. Interesting. And Chadia, you're number 2 for now. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, sorry this took a bit longer than expected. Restream has changed its interface, and suddenly it's not as accessible as it used to be, which means that I accidentally entered last month's stream and then yeah, realized that it was the wrong one, and so on. It's stupid, but I've got it. Anyway, let's get this started, shall we? Cheers. Yeah, that's good that the admins are here and no one to ban. We'll see how many people show up. I mean, it's summer and numbers have been insanely bad of late, which probably has a lot of different reasons. Chadia, I'm okay. I went to the gym this morning. I have read 2 more books on the whole AI thing. I feel like I'm finally ready to actually record the whole video. I've also come up with like another video idea that hopefully I will be able to sort of like turn into something productive. Like I feel I finally found a way to talk about Careless People by Sarah Wynne Williams that actually makes sense beyond just going like, hey, this book sucks, which it does. But I feel it's better. So my idea is to compare it to A Broken Code, which is by, oh God, I keep forgetting his name. Yeah, anyway, it's another book about Facebook and more about the people that actually went into Congress and testified and everything. So I feel that one, comparing that to Sarah Wynne Williams, sounds like allows me to explain why one of them is actually really bad, and that's sort of like where I'm going for with that. But yeah, I've read too much stuff about AI, so I hopefully can finally record that video next week, so I've got it out of my system. And then I did reread Immediacy by Anna Kornblue, which is a really, really good book and has given me lots of stuff to think about. It's yeah, it's a unfortunately, I wish more people would read it, and I said that in Jolene's Discord before. Like, it's a brilliant book, but it's also I mean, it's critical theory with all the jargon that is in there, and that can make it very hard to sort of approach if you've not spent like years reading like Marxist and critical theory and know like those words. But like one of the arguments that Immediacy makes is that we sometimes need sort of like theory as sort of like something to mediate between the world and us in a way, and allow us to sort of step back and think about stuff. So you can't necessarily turn it into something else. So I it's a double-edged kind of situation, and she raised some really interesting points that I found fascinating when it comes to even like novel writing in a lot of ways, and the turn towards immediacy, and the idea that, and apparently there's statistics on that, while novels for the longest part in the English language at least were written in third person, ever since sort of like the late 70s, and even more since like the beginning of the 2000s, are suddenly you have a like significant shift towards like first person, which comes to that idea of like immediacy, and that we sort of focus on like one specific voice in a lot of ways, and that goes hand in hand with sort of like leaving behind the idea of like a larger sort of analytical view on the world. And the subtitle of the book is called the Style of Too Late Capitalism. And there's something to that. And I do like the term too late capitalism in comparison to late capitalism, because there is a sense that, yeah, it's too late in a lot of ways. Like, even if we, change things right now, we've missed a bunch of like off ramps, basically. Like, climate change is happening, even if we, stop burning carbon or emitting carbon into the air right now. Um, the world will still change, because we kind of fucked that one up, probably like a couple of decades ago in a lot of ways. And so there is that sense of it being too late, and that sort of like leads to that focus, the radical focus on the self, on immediacy, on, yeah, like first person narratives, on the self in a lot of ways. And she goes through that like in different genres, in different media, like in writing, but also in video or film production, in and in theory writing as well. And she does have some really good points. There's a bunch of things where I kind of disagree, but the whole idea of understanding that, the world that we live in obviously impacts the way that we, interact with the world, and that there has been a shift between, say, the 80s and even 90s, which were like very much like your postmodern decades, where it's like everything is irony and sort of like pastiche and combining all kinds of stuff, and we've left that behind. There's like a radical turn towards sort of like the semblance of authenticity and something like that. And I find that very, very interesting, especially as someone who does, stuff on YouTube, which is very much part of that sort of like turn towards, authenticity, and like on like personal sort of like experience versus like a more theoretical approach to looking at the world. And I mean, when you look at BookTube, for example, that's exactly what BookTube is, right? More and more people on BookTube, and just talk about like their personal experiences with the books. It's not like what you might call like your literary criticism of like the days of yore, but now it's more like, this book made me feel X and Y, so it's a good book or a bad book. It's like, and that's what people are looking for in a lot of ways, because it is just about that personal experience. The question is usually like why is that, and where do you go with that? And I found that like a really, really, really interesting book. I fear it's kind of difficult to recommend that to other people, because it is that very specific sort of like way of writing that is very much, tied to people like Frederick Jameson, and people like obviously Theodore Adorno, both obviously being quoted heavily in immediacy. And it is in that tradition, and that is like, there is a level of like elitism to that, because you kind of need to go through, you need to read a lot of that shit before you understand like the language. And I don't know how to sort of like solve that, because obviously the elitist aspect is frustrating. And I don't think you need to actually go to university to actually learn how to read and understand that, but you need to find some way to, I mean, you need to find like a way to approach that. And that needs to like be like a mediated approach, I guess, once again, to sort of break from that immediacy. Hey, Matthias. By which I mean Demidrek. Yeah, I noticed. No, no, no. It's like, at least for Kern Blue, it's not not an excuse. It's very much like we need to sort of. She said, like, her argument is that the style of like communication that we have right now, this immediacy, is a reaction to the feeling of it being too late. And she goes like, we need to actually break through that and return to something else, and let theory and sort of some form of mediation come between us and the world, so we can actually get back up and do something about the world right now. And that may be things like unions, parties, and so forth, in a lot of ways, because those are structures that allow us to sort of organize in ways that we don't necessarily have if we have this radical focus on just the individual. So it I think it's similar to sort of like capitalist realism, that in the Mark Fisher way, where it's like the diagnosis is that a lot of people feel that it is too late, and the question is like, what do we do about that to actually change that sort of like understanding and actually, once again, do something about it. And yeah, I don't know how to do that, but I think like recognizing that and coming at and trying to give it voice and like give it like a word to look at, I think is like the first step, because we yeah we to see that there is like a categorical shift, or like a paradigm shift between the 80s and 90s and what we have right now. I think is important to sort of like formulate that in words before we can actually start making sense of it and find ways to change it, hopefully. Obviously the changing is the hard part. I'm okay at the moment, Demidrek. Um, July has been like a really weird month, and this week has been somewhat rough, but I'm getting better, and I'm getting really angry at people doing AI stuff, which is hopefully is a good thing, because that's kind of where I'm. Hopefully, that gives me enough energy to actually record the video on artificial intelligence, and I think I've got the structure worked out. I've got sort of like all the important elements now. I just need to sit down and record it and talk about why it's both a capitalism and a Nazi problem, and why those two things might, in fact, somewhat be, might be related somewhat. But how are you? How is life in those United States of yours, or have you found a way to move to France by now? And that's sort of like what I've been doing of late, like reading, getting through that stuff and trying to figure out how to turn it into like a cogent argument. And yeah, I said that earlier on Blue Sky. The thing I've realized, the more like Nick Bostrom stuff I read, the more I realize that he's basically what happens when like a racist nerd is too bad at writing science fiction to actually get published. So he ended up in in philosophy, and philosophy is like a very vague term here, but like you know getting funded by other racist nerds who are also too bad to actually write publishable science fiction. And we could have been spared all of that if self-publishing had been around in like the 90s, because yeah. And okay, so you're getting there, I guess, and hopefully you get a chance to move there sooner, I guess, because it doesn't look like the US is going to be like a fun place to be in for the next couple of weeks, I guess, or months or years. When you say the last first law book, you mean Last Argument of Kings, or you mean the last one of the Age of Madness books, which I guess are still like first law, which I guess is the last one, the Wisdom of Crowds? Was it the I think it was the Wisdom of Crowds. One of those. Ooh, Proust. Now that is some heavy reading. Last Argument of Kings. That's fun. Yeah, as I said, I finished God, Human, Animal, Machine by Megan O'Glinday, I think. It's one of those really hard to remember names. It's like the last thing I read earlier today, which is, about AI and our general understanding or trying to understand technology and trying to understand religion at the same time. It's a really interesting book in that it sort of like tries to sort of like see both religion and technology as ways of finding meaning and how those overlap. So really cool. Fun fact: she quotes a lot of Théard de Jardin, who is the guy, the French Catholic mystic from the 1940s, who's quoted heavily by Dan Simmons in Hyperion as sort of in the diaries of the in the Priest's Tale. So interesting to see those connections pop up. But yeah, that's what I read, and now I'm reading Broken Code by. I gotta look it up, Jeffrey. It's one of those names that sounds reasonable, but there's like one letter missing. Give me a second. It's super dumb. Broken Code by Jeff Horwitz. Right, Jeff Horwitz is the guy who wrote Broken Code. Megan O'Giblin. What a fucking name. Megan O'Giblin, who apparently was a fundamentalist Christian turned atheist and so forth. Interesting. I really should read Proust at some point. I'm just worried because my sort of like beyond just having elements of Proust discussed by people like Martha Nussbaum, which is always good. The biggest sort of like Proust quoting thing is Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons, which is not necessarily a recommendation for any kind of book, but yeah. So yeah, it's been a while since I read some fiction. I mean, the last fiction book I read was The Bewitching by Silvia Moreno Garcia, which I really enjoyed because it was really nerdy. And like, I think it's like one of the things I've come to love about Silvia Moreno Garcia is like the level of nerdiness. Like, there's a really good story always, but there's also always so many like fun, weird sort of like Easter eggs and cameos and bits and pieces that are just like super fun when you notice them. For example, in The Bewitching, because it's set in like in a New England college, sort of like weird college, the same way that something like The Secret History is set. And there's one scene where the main character is in the library and looking at the portraits of the different like deans of like previous deans of the English department, and the names are in there. And one of the guys, one of the former deans of English is named Stephen Graham Jones, and I'm like, got you there. It's bits and pieces like that that I just like find really like fun. So that was just like generally like a really fun book. Volatile Memory. By whom is that? Like this year hasn't been this cool. Like with like, I mean, the new releases that I've read this year have all been really, really good, but there haven't been that many, which is I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. But I still have to read 10 Incarnations of Rebellion. I think that one might be something I really enjoy. Hey Phil, how you doing? I have read Terra Ignota, and it is really interesting. It's really good. I want to reread it. I want to make videos about it. I want to sort of like maybe do like a introduction video with like he is some Renaissance and Enlightenment philosophy texts that you might want to look into, or his stuff like that because there's some clear and this is like me because that PhD that I never finished was about 17th century deism, which is like a huge topic in Terra Ignota. So a lo- there's a lot of stuff that she quotes that I have read, and I like both original sources from the times, and I think I know exactly which kind of books she has read. Also, for that as source material, for example, there's a book called The Radical Enlightenment. I keep forgetting her name. Of the author, which is very much about like how Freemasons were very much instrumental in the radical enlightenment. And I currently can't remember the name of the author, but I could look it up. So I feel like I could potentially add something to the Terra Ignota discussion by putting together sort of like a, hey, this is stuff you might want to read if you want to get more out of your Terra Ignota reading. But yeah, highly recommend Terra Ignota. It's really, really good. It's a lot of fun and also weird. And in a way, I would argue it's also very much a, at least in some parts, very clear sort of like, I don't want to say reply, but certainly a refutation of what Dan Simmons does with Ilium and Olympus in the way that you can sort of use Homeric mythology or the Homeric epics in science fiction and, not be a goddamn racist about it. Which, hey Zora, we're talking about whatever, right? So this is usually we're talking about fantasy and science fiction books, and then I usually get very angry and we talk about politics nevertheless. So that's kind of what we do. Um, Somewhere between all of that, the politics will be more like leftist, to put it mildly. But yeah. So yeah, what already said, mostly books and leftist things. So yeah, but yeah, read Terra Ignota if you haven't yet. Demidrag, I think you might really enjoy that. I think it's definitely one of the more unique sort of like ambitious sci-fi things that came out in recent history, and I still have to read her recent Renaissance book, sort of like nonfiction book, which I think is a collection of a lot of her essays of her blog, and I've read some of those, but I think they were sort of like changed and at least sort of like re-edited and stuff like that. But I haven't read it yet. It is already downloaded on my phone as an Audible audiobook, but I haven't gotten to it yet for all kinds of reasons. And it's really long. Yeah, hopefully it'll work better for you now. I mean, it is not necessarily the most accessible in that it doesn't explain anything. In that regard, it's very similar to, say, the Malazan Book of the Fallen, that it just doesn't explain anything at the beginning, and you're like, what the fuck's going on here? Why is he constantly talking about pronouns and that he's using them even though he shouldn't, or she, or who, and then it just gets weirder from there on. Hey, Jerome, how you doing? Zora, yes, I do read the Bible from time to time. In fact, I last read the entirety of the Bible last November, and I recently read a book on Bible interpretations. So yeah. Hey, Britton, how you doing? I wouldn't say all of them because there's a lot, but I've certainly read some of them. But yeah, yeah. So another, like, I think I still need to make a video on everything for everyone, which is really interesting because now that I've once again like read for the second time immediacy, I think which would see that's kind of one of those things, right? Like the argument that like that shift from third person to first person narrative is really interesting in when you read something like Everything for Everyone, which is built like an oral history. So it's basically just a collection of interviews of different characters who lived through the revolution and are now living in the New York Commune in 2072, and which obviously, by virtue of being just oral history, on the one hand, that's like always that's like full on immediacy by virtue of like just being well, fictitious transcripts or transcripts of fictitious interviews. But at the same time, there's a lot of like theory sort of like built into that. So that's a really, really interesting case of how to do theory in fiction in a lot of ways. So that, yeah, it has certainly, I feel like, gives me an interesting angle to talk about that, which is a weird kind of feeling. That is true, Britain. I've read the Book of Mormon 3 times by now. How far along are you now, Britain, with Gardens of the Moon? And yes, it does pick up in the last couple of parts. Crip is Crip can be really interesting and really weird and annoying, but he also really likes pastries, which I guess is a good thing. I know I'm still struggling with like getting back to like reading fiction. I mean, obviously I'm reading fiction from time to time, but like the really big sort of like I'm getting excited for like a fiction book. It hasn't been here for a while. Um, I feel like the next one I'm really excited for is Shadow Ticket, and that's like in October. I I think I disagree, Demidrek. I think like Gardens is different, and Gardens works really well when you do your first reread and recognize all the stuff that is built in that you don't understand when you're reading it for the first time. The second time around, you're like, "Holy shit! He actually told me the entire fucking thing, and I didn't notice." In that regard, it's a bit like Book of the New Sun, I think. Golgotha, I haven't heard of that. What is that? I mean, obviously I know the word, but like, what's the book? By whom? I'm really not good with paying attention to new releases though, which is part of the problem, I guess. I mean, technically, I know there's also like a new Black Company novel coming out in October, I think, which is also something I'm obviously interested in. Ah, Oh, wait. That is good to know. I wasn't aware of that. Which means that, like, last time I checked, it wasn't yet available for pre-order anywhere as an audiobook. But I assume that has hopefully changed. Let me find out, because that is definitely like a reading on like the on release date kind of thing. When I go on Audible and look for La Vie Tidar, um, among other things, it recommends me Lavinia by Ursula K. Le Guin, which is obviously good. But winning answers to job interview questions is not exactly what I was suspecting. Ah, okay. The author is Lavi something. Okay, no, it still is not available for pre-order, I think. So that is weird. All right, so yeah, I hope there will be an audiobook. We'll see. Yeah, of course. No Life Forsaken. I have like it's like last year was suddenly like the second half of the year was way more interesting. But yeah, so far Golgotha is not available as an audiobook pre-order on Audible, which I hope will change soon, because otherwise I'd be very, very sad. But yeah, so Shadow Ticket definitely for me. There is a new Richard K. Morgan book, but I'm not sure if I want to read that or not. It could be really awkward. Juice, but Tim went. Okay, I'll check that out. Now that's yeah. I really hope they'll put that Golgotha out in audio, hopefully relatively soon. It really sucks to be sort of like reliable and rely to have to rely on to be reliant on on the audiobook releases, because sometimes stuff just doesn't come. Like there was a new Ian MacDonald novel that came out last year and it's still not available in audio, and I'm like, well, that sucks. I would love to read that, but I guess I won't get that. I mean, I could probably find it as an ebook and then you know suffer through that. Interesting. If like when just like search directly for Golgotha, I get Diamond Dog's Turquoise Days, which is a good collection of short stories, but not what I was looking for. So yeah, I guess stuff it'll remain interesting in that regard. But yeah, so the Richard K. Morgan one is called No Man's Land, and it's sort of like weird post World War One, World War Two fiction with fairies that abduct children, and what with his like weird turf phase, which I don't know if he's ever come out of that or not. I don't know if I want to read a book about a veteran hunting fairies that abduct children. That could go really, really wrong. And I don't want to give, you know, I don't want to give a turf any money. You had me at Mad Max. I don't need the road. I just need, I don't know, weird shit with like cars, I guess. But then again, I mean, if it's Australian, it makes sense that there is like a Mad Max sort of like feel to it. Yes and no. Britain. They usually leave changelings. I don't know. As I said, like, it just gives me weird vibes. Maybe I'm just like also over Richard K. Morgan at this point in time. I mean, I still think that The Steel Remains is an incredibly well written, incredibly tight, sort of like grimdark fantasy that just like, yeah, that is like, if you want to read like the quintessential grimdark fantasy that is just like in- very, very tight, like probably even tighter than like what Abercrombie does, then The Steel Remains is probably the book to go with. It's brutal as fuck, it's angry as fuck, and it's unlike Abercrombie, it's not ironic at all. It's just like in your face anger the entire time, and that's really good. I've never been there, Jeroen, but I guess so. Oh, right, Lucky Day is also coming. I thought that was like in my brain that was only it was in September or so, but yeah, but obviously Lucky Day is something I'm gonna read because it's, Chuck Tingle. So yeah, it's as usual. It's the second half of the year is definitely more interesting when it comes to books. There's also finally coming an audiobook of Budain Nights by George Alec Affinger coming out finally as an audio collection, and I'm very excited for that because yeah, just like a very unique sort of weird cyberpunk kind of thing. So I'm glad to finally get the rest of that. Yeah, but yeah, so as like the whole AI thing is sort of like making me very angry, and I started out like just wanting to talk about the fact that like all booktube people going over like, oh, AI is bad because of this one thing, and like it's the usual thing when I get mad that like everyone makes it about like one bad author using AI. I was like, should we maybe talk about the fact that this is not exactly a technology problem, but it is, like a capitalism problem? And then I realized that there's so much more to talk about, and yeah, now it's going to be like a long video, and gives me a chance to talk about speculative whiteness by Jordan Carroll as well, which I guess is a good thing because if a bunch of Nazis misunderstand science fiction and decide to build like their machine god, we might want to take that part into into consideration as well. And look how and you're like, oh, but luckily it gets overtaken by venture capital, and then you realize that the venture capitalists are also fucking Nazis, and then suddenly you're like, oh god, we're so doomed. Which is like the frustrating part about this when you go like, well, Elon Musk is a Nazi, fine. Peter Thiel is a Nazi who's already financing the other people, and Mark Andreessen is a bit of a Nazi as well, and David Sachs is also a bit of a Nazi, and then they're like, oh gods. And we thought capitalism was bad. It's not getting better. But in this regard, I feel like as much as I dislike, or not dislike, but as much as I'm critical of someone like Yanis Varoufakis, he does bring up a couple of really interesting points in techno feudalism that are actually, you know, important. I think that can also be sort of like drawn into that conversation. So I guess, as usual, I've done too much. Um, well, Britain, I don't think I'm one so far. And just to be clear, right? I'm not trying to be super hyperbolic here. I feel like with Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, I'm very confident in calling them Nazis, and with Mark Andreessen as well. Um, and Sachs co-authored that book about how multiculturalism is bad and so forth in the 80s. So co-authored that with Peter Thiel. So I feel like I'm confident in calling him a Nazi as well. And that's kind of the problem. And I feel like there's an interesting argument to be made, and Quinn Slobodian does do a good job in Hayek's Bastards to look at like how a certain part of neoliberalism and then sort of like that splinters off into like the Mises Institute and people like that, that follow like Murray Rothbard and so forth. That there is that sort of like weird DNA in certain parts of neoliberalism that lead more or less inevitably towards racism. Well, scientific racism, but still racism. And what's his name? Murray, James David, whatever Murray, the guy from the bell curve. He's also part of the Mont Pelerin Society, which is, the thing that Hayek started, and that is like sort of like the neoliberal sort of like thing. And so there is a specific sort of like mindset, I think, that leads automatically back into a form of fascism with a lot of like eugenics and racism thrown in. And I would argue that it is unfortunately inevitable in that specific mindset. Like one thing that I find really interesting in that regard, I feel, is the last year's book by Nick Bostrom. It's called Deep Utopia: Finding Meaning in a Solved World. And the solved there is the important part, because there is this idea in certain parts of neoliberal, libertarian, and so forth thought and tech thought in that specific Silicon Valley sense, I guess, that the entire world, that everything is basically maths and can be like reduced to math and can be reduced to the kind of formula way that you can solve and have like one final sort of like you can find a maximum in that specific mathematical function, and that automatically means that everything below that maximum is objectively less good, and that leads to a hierarchy that automatically leads you, when you realize that what you are certainly what you're trying to maximize is humans. Yeah, that leads to some really dark places, and that's kind of what you see with like the bell curve and stuff like that. And that is sort of like a specific one specific pathway that you can take through the enlightenment in one way. That's something that you can sort of read that Adorno and Horkheimer talked about in the dialectics of enlightenment. And you don't have to go down that road, but a certain amount of people went down that road, and unfortunately those are the people that are currently in charge of large large parts of the world's venture capital, and through that they can shape innovation, and they can shape technology, and they can shape politics, and that's that's bad. So yeah, in that regard, I'm not exactly hyperbolic when I call, I feel very confident to call both Elon Musk and Peter Thiel Nazis. I mean, Peter Thiel is German and grew up in white South Africa, and thinks that democracy doesn't work. It's like, what am I supposed to call that guy? And with him drinking blood to stay immortal, to stay living and so forth, he turned himself into a fucking Wolfenstein villain at this point. It's like, what am I supposed to say, right? I mean, you need to be careful there, but that's kind of the problem with those kind of people and Andreessen, with like when you look at like the stuff that the groups he's in, the chat groups he's in, the stuff he's talking about, he's sort of very much on board with all of that, and yeah, it's bad, is what it is, and I think it doesn't help to go like to go soft on those kind of people at this point, and be afraid of using words like fascist or Nazi or whatever, because like if you're in favor of like authoritarian rule with very specific racist and eugenics kind of bend, and are fine with like everyone else dying, and believe that some people have like no right to exist or should be used up, basically, it's like there's a couple of there's very few words that you can use to describe someone like that, and at that point we should just like actually use those words, and yeah, so and that's the point, like once you realize that like venture capital sort of like shapes innovation by virtue of having a massive outsized influence on technology and through that startup culture, and you realize who's sort of like shaping those specific inventions, then yeah, you need to understand that, and that's like one of the things that I get so angry about in that whole like AI discourse in a lot of ways, because people are already anthropomorphizing the technology, and technology is always a result, or it always comes up in a specific societal framework, and you need to look at that specific societal framework and not just at the technology, because technology is in itself neutral, but the way it is built and the way it is shaped and the way it is used relies on a specific society, and when that specific sort of like framework where it comes, right? If that is, people that believe that they need to build God before someone else does it, which is sort of like what people like Elon Musk and Sam Altman and so forth kind of believe, because they all believe, all think that like Nick Bostrom Super Intelligence is sort of like the most important book about artificial intelligence, something that incidentally Maton Books also believes. I'm not saying anything, but Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, Elon Musk, and Maton Books all believe that Nick Bostrom's Super Intelligence is the most important book you should read about artificial intelligence. And Nick Bostrom is also very much a racist, just to be clear. And I'm also not, saying that out of nowhere, because there is that email from the 90s where he talks about the fact that he is in it's like, I'm in favor of strong statements like blacks are less intelligent than whites. It's a statement I like and I agree with. That's what he said. There's also like a couple of N-words afterwards, and he apologized and said like using the N-word and so forth was abhorrent and doesn't agree with him, but he never actually retracted the fundamental statement behind that. But so yeah, he's a racist, and if that guy writes a book about super intelligence, and then a bunch of other people go like, well, that's clearly like the most important text on building AI, you know. um I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying it's it's a book written by a racist and eugenics fan about artificial intelligence, and the big important people recommending that book are, well, Peter Thiel, who's a Nazi, and Sam Altman, who's been funded by Peter Thiel for the longest time, and Elon Musk, who is Elon Musk, and they think that's a really smart book. I mean, I read it. I think it's bullshit, and you know, but yeah, if you want to learn about artificial intelligence, Britain, there's a book that I highly recommend, and that is from this year, and it's Empire of AI by Karen Howe. That is a really good book because it does explain how current artificial intelligence technology works in understandable terms. And I'm saying this as someone who has a degree in computer science and did actually work on self-organizing maps and artificial neural networks. So yeah, she actually really well, and it's really understandable, but it also explores all the other stuff that is sort of like tied into OpenAI and Anthropic and so forth. So if you want us to understand anything about AI right now, Empire of AI by Karen Howe is the book to go with. Um, and it's actually, based in reality, which is what superintelligence is very much not. I think so, but to bring that back, Chadia, I think the interesting part about Nick Bostrom, and that's what I said earlier, is like Nick Bostrom is what happens when a racist nerd is too bad at writing science fiction to get published, because the things he talks about in his books um, are very much sort of like science fiction ideas, but he's really bad at writing, fiction prose. So he just puts together like the stuff with like a bunch of philosopher quotes that show that he's only partly understood like the philosophers he's quoting and so forth. And it sounds like really smart fiction, nonfiction, like really smart philosophy. If you're like a first year philosophy student and stoned, and that's sort of like the level of philosophy. It's like, so what if we had like super intelligence and it could, turn the entire universe into paper clips, and that we would be really fucked as humans. So we need to make sure that we all don't get turned into paper clips, right? And it's that level of like really dumb philosophy that can sound really impressive if you've never read any actual like academic philosophy or ever thought about it after you were like 19 and stoned. And that's kind of the problem. It can be really seductive, and because has read his science fiction authors, and he's willing and able to quote them whenever. And that's sort of like the weird thing that you have this sort of like intersection between science fiction literature and thinking about AI. And and it's, if you have like very little understanding of what the technology actually does, um it's very easy to sort of like start just like thinking about what that will imply, and so forth, and that's just like so frustrating about it, because I've read not only Super Intelligence, but as I said, I've also read his book from last year, The Deep Utopia, Finding Meaning in a Solved World. And one of the really fascinating things about that one is, right, because in super intelligence is like, how can you make sure that if we create an AI god, it doesn't turn into like a machine that kills us all? Because why would it need humans? That's super intelligence. It's sort of the book that comes when you read you know the Hyperion Cycle by Dan Simmons, and sort of like take it too seriously, which I guess makes sense. um, and Deep Utopia is so what if we have super intelligence and it solves all our problems, and suddenly we as humans need to do anything we don't need to do anything because everything is solved. So it's basically like, what if the culture, but still capitalism? And that's like the weirdest fucking thing. Is like, so what if we have like AI, and AI has solved all our problems? Robots do all the production. AI solves all our problems. We have like the best medicine. We don't even need to go work out because our computers can like create just like drugs to give us the body that we want, and so forth. And he still talks about like creating value and using money. And I'm like, why would there be capitalism if we have like you know why would post-scarcity society need capitalism? And apparently that's never occurred to him, which is, I guess, the same problem that we have like with Elon Musk, who's also supposedly, according to himself, a huge fan of Ian M. Banks's The Culture, which is ridiculous because if you've read The Culture, you might have noticed that society. In fact, Ian M. Banks was part of the Scottish Socialist Party. He's very much not a fan of capitalism, and that's sort of like where in the video on AI, I can in Jordan Carroll's speculative whiteness, the alt science fiction, and the alt right, because he's developed sort of like a model of how the alt right is deliberately misreading science fiction, and that's clearly what's going on there, because you can't go that way and not. It takes some very specific effort to read those books and go the direction that people like Musk or Nick Bostrom in that regard go when they talk about like post-scarcity society. And yeah, there's something there, and I think it's important to sort of point that out. And that's kind of what I'm working on with that AI video, which is, I don't know how long it's going to be. It's going to be interesting. It allows me to bring together a lot of like stuff. Hello, Ida. I'm not saying that. Look, here's the thing: being a first-year stoned philosophy student is awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's just maybe not what you should build like the next sort of like big technology on. That's kind of the problem I feel. Like, don't get, I've had those conversations and they are highly entertaining, but it's maybe not what you should pour millions of dollars into to finance like an institute at fucking Oxford University, and it's maybe not what you should build your understanding of technology, like how many 900 billion or whatever fucking OpenAI is worth these days. That's maybe not like, you know, first year stone philosophy student arguments at like 3 in the morning are maybe not the best basis for that. At that point, I feel like Watery Wenches giving out swords is probably a better system of government than that. Anyway, so this is like really interesting. What I found really fascinating in that regard, that what I read today, it's relatively short. What Tech Calls Thinking by Adrian Daub. It's really interesting because it goes through like a couple of terminology that are sort of important in like Silicon Valley discourse, and Daub being like a literature, I think, English literature professor or history, one of those in Stanford, probably has met a lot of these people. Um, and he looks at like specific aspects of that. And one point that he makes that I feel is interesting is that like a lot of like sort of founders and people who end up being tech billionaires in a lot of ways are often, they're like Harvard or Stanford or whatever dropouts. Like they leave after like 1 or 2 semesters. And he looks at like the way that stuff is taught in America and those universities, like what kind of courses you take in the first year. And it's like the thing that happens is that these people have sort of brushed past a couple of sort of like important concepts, but only got like the introductory stuff, and they believe they already know everything. So there's like a level of sort of like deliberately misunderstanding and sort of like cherry picking elements from what you've heard and building that into supposedly like fundamental good education in a lot of ways. And I think that is sort of like what you can once again see in that approach to like artificial intelligence and the way that people are reading Nick Bostrom. Or interestingly, like Bostrom is tied into like his institute that is, has been disbanded by Oxford University by now. Uh, is also very much tied in with the effective altruism people that led to Sam Bankman-Fried and FTX and that whole weird bullshit. So all of this stuff is sort of tied together, and it's a very weird sort of like hand wavy sort of pretend deep sort of approach to the world that leads to has very much like no substance behind it. And that I think is like really interesting to sort of like, or like important to understand when you talk about AI technology and like the way a lot of people talk about AI in artificial intelligence, and how they misunderstand science fiction and philosophy in lots of ways. So yeah, I've learned a lot. It has not made me a much happier person, which I guess was sort of was to be expected. But yeah, I found it really interesting that like the Teilhard de Chardin connection, which is sort of tied into that artificial intelligence thing, because it is mentioned so much in Dan Simmons' Hyperion. And I guess that explains a lot because Dan Simmons is also someone who was deadly afraid of superintelligence, and imbued that whole conversation with a lot of like highly problematic ideas as well. So I guess I'm gonna have a lot of fun with that video because I can tie in a lot of stuff that has annoyed me for the longest time. And Not that it, will lead to anything, but sometimes you just like have to do something to sort of like get it out of your system. Same with that Careless People book, because it is really bad and I cannot recommend it. And I don't know if I talked about that like last time. I don't think so. Um, no, I hadn't read it yet during the last live stream. Uh, so Careless People, Sarah Wynne Williams, who's pretending that she was way too naive to notice what's going on in Facebook for the longest time. And it's not a good book. But one thing that I found particularly interesting is like, because for the longest time I was reading that book and it's like, holy shit, you can't be this fucking naive. You can't be this dumb. You must have noticed, right? You were trained, you worked for the UN, you worked as a diplomat for New Zealand in different embassies. You can't be this naive and stupid. And then, like, way to the end, she talks about China again. And she's like, yeah, and China is, how China is bad. And she's like, yeah, it's persecuting it's persecuting groups like the Uyghurs and Falun Gong in one sentence with no further qualifications. Like, if you can put like Falun Gong, a fucking right-wing Christian sect that runs the far-right publication The Epoch Times and the torture camp child exploitation propaganda ballet show Chen Yun. If you can, put that in one sentence, in one breath, with like Uyghurs as an ethnic minority that is, put into concentration camps, with no further qualification, maybe you were actually this fucking stupid, and maybe New Zealand doesn't deserve diplomatic service. I mean, holy fucking shit. Like, like the fuck. So yeah, that made me just like literally like smack my head against the wall. Like, holy shit, the fucking audacity. And I'm not defending China here. Is my point. Um, but yeah. So, but I feel like comparing it to Broken Code is probably a better way to talk about that, because I think there's an interesting argument to be made about like how to talk about tech, big tech, Silicon Valley, the intersections with capitalism, the recklessness and everything that is tied into that, without just yelling at like one woman who tries to, I don't know, soothe her conscience and make some money or whatever. Which I feel like is probably not as productive as it could be. So that's probably something I'll try to record tomorrow. So maybe we'll have like another video this week. Wouldn't that be interesting? um, but yeah. And that's just like something I've been, sort of like wrestling with over the last weeks, basically, is like where to go with the channel in a lot of ways, because I recently realized like when I have like two YouTube channels, like two YouTube accounts this way around. Um, one where I watch, whatever I want, and one that is where I usually just watch booktube things. That's where I'm subscribed to other booktubers or like bookish channels. Let's put it this way, because booktube doesn't exist. And I on that book channel, I rarely, if ever, get like videos that are like dedicated reviews for one specific book. It's like booktube is basically no longer existing. So my plan, like, obviously I'm going to read some other stuff, hopefully read some cool fiction. I'm gonna reread Accession, because definitely. My plan is to go back to that sort of like third part of that whole like anti-intellectualism thing, because I still want to talk about the reason why so many elitist idiots on booktube keep calling out book talk and so forth, because I think there's an important sort of like argument to be made about how fandom sort of gets commodified over time, and how that leads to sort of like a lot of like sort of misogyny and racism and classism being sort of bubbling up in the seams in some ways. Because when you talk about when you see everyone doing their hand wringing about like how book talk is so anti-intellectual and they're only reading romances or whatever, and there is good argument to be made, and there's some academic books I've read in the past about exactly that, like how sort of like the commodification of fandom started out for the longest time, especially in genre fiction, right? With sci-fi and Star Wars in particular being sort of like the sort of like thing in a lot of ways. And because a lot of it was written by white men and targeted towards white men, and a lot of like fandom and media production around that was also targeted to that. And once that stuff was like commodified, it was very clearly targeted towards the sort of like the one demographic that brings in the most money, which is white middle class dudes in their 30s, basically. So for the longest time, you can see that extension basically of male privilege in a lot of ways, in that those people were, they could, they you could feel, and I'm obviously part of that in some ways, although I never really participated in a lot of like fandom culture and never bought a lot of like merchandise or whatever in genre fiction and shit like that. Um, you could feel like that whole sort of like world was completely made for you, whereas women, people of color, queer people, and so forth went towards fan fiction and built their own sort of like fandom spaces that are reliant on a very different form of economy, by which I mean one that is focused on um, use value and exchange, direct exchange, and so forth, right? Where people do fan labor in all kinds of ways. It's an uncommodified kind of thing. It's like you're standing in your fan community is about like what you contribute. Is if you do write fan fiction, if you create fan art, that kind of stuff, right? And that's sort of like its whole parallel sort of like thing. And ever since the advent of stuff like self-publishing, when suddenly a lot of like fan fiction with like serial numbers filed off, stuff like 50 Shades of Grey and so forth, right, became monetarily viable, like financially viable. That's sort of when publishing and media corporations have realized that is a demographic that can also be targeted, and that stuff can be commodified and is financially viable, which is where you see suddenly romance, romantasy, those kind of things being included in mainstream publishing and so forth. And that's where because it's just like financially viable, and that demographic has been seen as a target audience that is worth catering to. And that leads to that usual like feeling of like losing your privilege, right? Like 10 years ago, as a dude, you could walk into like any bookstore and go to the fantasy section and you would only see books about, dudes with swords, and the stuff that was, romance was in its own shelf. And now you go into like a bookstore and suddenly there's actually, books written by women, maybe even having like women on the cover or whatever. And that's sort of like where that loss of sort of like privilege kind of, I feel, comes in. And you have obviously people that have always staked sort of like their reputation on not being like other girls and so forth, and reading, you know, books that have always been in fantasy, and they suddenly also sort of like, I guess by association, also feel that loss of privilege, I guess, in a way. This, there's other elements in there that, like, what we deem sort of like more valuable than other stuff, for example, for whatever, like books about violence seem to be more valuable than books about romance, um, for whatever reason. And to look at that and sort of like chart that development of how fan spaces are slowly commodified, and how that leads to this sort of like not understanding, but like that sort of like active discrimination and hatred that you see then bubble up in these conversations on booktube about how this stuff is anti-intellectual and bad and so forth. I think that is worth talking about, but I wanted to make that video about anti-intellectualism before that, so I could explain why that is not anti-intellectualism, but it's a very different sort of thing that's going on, and that's something I want to talk about. And once I'm done with all of that, then I can finally go to the fucking Brandon Sanderson stuff, because one of the elements in that final Brandon Sanderson video the one that started it all, that fucking thing about Brandon Sanderson and the culture industry, is also very much about the commodification of fandom and the weaponization of fandom. So it all kind of fits together and builds one on the other, which is probably a problem in my brain. And I don't know how to fix that. Problem is just I need to figure out how to do that in like a relatively sort of like reasonable time frame. Hey, Jen. And hello, Ben. Sound and Fury books. I need to check that, because I like the title. Yeah, I mean, I know there are some, like, yeah, Rabin does. What's his name? Obviously, Liam does it all the time. But yeah, they are smaller, and they definitely never show up in my recommendations. Although I know that I'm subscribed to only the best fantasy novels and so forth. Which is obviously like the next part, that like a lot of this is also like algorithm driven, and you know. Which guy do you hate, Demidrek? Oh, that guy. Yeah, yeah. Who doesn't? I mean, I guess some people, but I feel like the number is getting smaller by the hour. Nah, I'm not. That's totally fine, Dimitrak. I totally understand it. I would be very frustrated with it as well if I had to, live through that. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people go like, "Yeah, we support him because he does like the stuff that we want him to do," but like as a person, I don't know if anyone likes him. Nothing wrong with being a good Faulkner fan, a big Faulkner fan. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break because I've had like five like big pots of tea today, and I can feel it. Even though I just like had my first beer now, but like there's pressures. So please talk amongst yourselves for like 2 minutes. I'll be back very soon. All right. I am, as they say, back. I hope you felt entertained. All right. Yeah, Folk is one of those authors I haven't read yet, because he's American. By which I mean the titles are all really, really cool, and you don't read that in English class in Germany, is what I'm saying. No, Britain. I woke up at 7-ish this morning, and then I had like two large pots of tea. Then I went to the gym. Then I went back. I came back, and then I had like three more pots of tea, and finished my reading for the day. And then we started the stream. But since all of this was like black tea, and it also still creates like a lot of pressure. Don't worry, like 5 beers is very easy compared to that, because these beers are like half a liter. The teapot is, you know, it's this one that's like a liter and a bit, so it's at least double the amount. But yeah, so that's roughly where I'm at reading wise. The thing is, like, I really want to get to the Brandon Sanderson stuff, because I mean I've read Elantris now. I've reread the first Mistborn trilogy, and I have already like lots of thoughts in it, especially with like the whole like Mormonism stuff. I have like really good ideas of what to put in, like how it relates to Mormonism, that I find really interesting. So I am excited to actually get there and like apply it to literature again. Yeah, that's I know, Chadia. That's a yeah. I have a problem there. my my alcohol problem is nothing compared to my tea problem in a lot of ways. But yeah, um, I mean, I think probably like we're beyond like Sanderson being interesting at the moment. I feel like everyone has moved on, and I have no idea. See, that's like the thing that I find fascinating is like, what's like the book that everyone is reading? Like last year, you had the whole like Sanderson thing on the one hand, obviously with like Wind and Truth coming out, um, which for the longest time I thought was called Wind and Fury, which would have been like a much better title. Um, and then obviously you had the Fourth Wing, and the second one, Iron Flame. No, the third one what's it called? Obsidian Path, or something Obsidian, coming out in January. And like, what's like the big thing that everyone is interested in now? I have no idea. Is there still something that is sort of like occupying everyone's attention? Because like, I it feels like it has completely sort of like splintered into like nothingness. But is the Devils really that big? Because I know, see, the thing with the Devils that I found so fascinating is like everyone was putting out there like the Devils reviews and videos in like January or February when it came out in like May, because it feels like everyone and the dog got like a advanced copy to actually review it much earlier. And like obviously I didn't apply, so I didn't get one. um, So when by the time it got out, like there was like basically no conversations. I know a couple of people have made videos afterwards, but like, not that many people. So it feels like, even though obviously it's a new Abercrombie book, the conversation was relatively sort of like small compared to what it could have been. Or maybe I'm just not following right people. I know that Zara from Books with Zara did make Sarah did make a video on it, which I haven't watched, which maybe is my mistake. But like everyone else talked about it like in yeah, much earlier, like 2 or 3 months before the book came out. And yeah, it's not that good of a book, but maybe there's also just like a general fatigue when it comes to the specific sort of like style that Abercrombie is doing, or like the general like sort of like grimdark style. I mean, Mark Lawrence put out his like last book of the Library trilogy. It's like, did anyone beyond Philip Chase talk about that? I mean, I know there's like everyone like every 2 or 3 months, everyone is upset and angry about another like romanticy book that is big on Book Talk, and they're like, "Oh, it's the worst thing ever." And I never click on those because why would I? What did you read, Ida? Um, but like I see those pop up, and it's like, why would I read Silver Elite if all I get is like people being mad about it? And I'm like, I'm not the target audience for that stuff. Like, why would I care, right? I know it's the thing that everyone on the Fireside Discord loved to read because, like, everyone loves it, and I just can't get over the title. I'm sorry. If your main character is named Carl, I'm just like done, and that may be like a that may be a German problem, but also like I just don't see the appeal in lit RPGs. I'd much rather play myself, and I'm sorry, the title is so stupid. The whole like self-aware. Oh, we're just reading like a role-playing game. No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not for me. Okay, that sound the title I like, Ida. So still some time. Um, the thing is, like, I know that people that I usually kind of like really love it, but then some of those people also think that the Dresden Files are actually good, and at that point, I've also kind of given up. But yeah, I don't know. I've been reading over the last weeks, Jin, but it's just not been a lot of like fiction. It's just been like a lot of like AI and other depressing stuff, and obviously, I mean, it is summer, so people like in the northern hemisphere. So this way around, it is summer in the northern hemisphere, and a lot of like BookTube is very much like focused on the northern hemisphere because the US and like Anglophone countries being like a big part, and Australia and New Zealand always sort of like playing sort of like second fiddle to that. But so people probably presumably have other things to do, and you have like, the whole thing that the world is kind of burning in all kinds of ways. So people also, I get it that people have like better things or more important things to do than read fantasy books and talk about fantasy books. What with yeah, the world being on fire. I get that. So I understand it. But it is kind of it's interesting to see how bad it has been over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, so like for me, like the title is like the big thing. You call your thing Dungeon Crawler Car. Like the one thing I was always wondering is like whether the title was deliberately chosen because it's always the acronym is always DCC, and I'm like, was it a deliberate like sort of reference to the Dungeon Crawl Classics tabletop role playing games, or is that just accidental? Because that would be kind of neat. Yeah, for me, I think like obviously I've read a lot over the last couple of weeks and so forth, but like uh, beyond obviously being at a lot of festivals, which really doesn't help with reading. Like festivals are not good for reading. I can say that. Um, but I just realized that like this year I've been reading a lot of nonfiction of all types, but like mostly political, historical, and so forth nonfiction. And I think like in a lot of ways for me, reading nonfiction sort of like gives me the illusion that I understand things, and understanding gives me sort of like the illusion of control, and that I think is sort of like why a lot of like nonfiction is sort of like what I've been sort of gravitating towards. Obviously, I've read a bunch of like really cool, fiction that came out this year. Don't get me wrong, like Death of the Author is still like really, really good, and a bunch of others that I also really, really enjoyed. But there has been a lot of like sort of like very political kind of stuff, like the whole like rereading Franz Fanon and stuff like that. And of course, doing a lot of like research for books for like videos that also means a lot of like nonfiction stuff. So you're saying you're living in a season of fire, Bend. Um, See, the thing, Britain, is like it's not about like not chasing trends. I wouldn't even know what the trend is right now. And that's sort of like what scares me because I try to sort of at least know what's going on. And because then I can deliberately just go, no, no, I'm not gonna do that. But right now, I don't even know what's sort of like the thing, right? That sounds really cool, Ida. Well, Ida, you live in the UK. That's a very, very soggy place. That doesn't burn. Ben lives in Canada, which does burn. So here's the thing, like Jin, I don't say that I don't think that like understanding something gives me control. It's more like there's a difference between not knowing and having no control, and feeling that you know and still not having control, but at least now you know why you don't have control. And I think that makes a difference, at least for me. But that might just be me. Well, here it's been raining the entire week, which is somewhat. On the one hand, it was really good, but on the other hand, it was kind of annoying because, like last week, I was at the festival at Headbangers Open Air, which was really good. And what happened was like it was dry until like Sunday morning, 6 a.m. So and then it just like rained for like until like 11 or whatever. And I, obviously had to take a train at like 10 in the morning. So I came home with like everything wet, tent wet, a sleeping bag wet, everything wet. So I'm gonna, hang everything out to dry before I pack it away. Which is really good when it keeps raining the entire fucking week. No, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like dry again in like a week or so. I'm very optimistic that we'll still have some more drought here. It's not gonna stay forever. I mean, today was already like once again like sunny-ish and just like very windy. I mean, to be fair, like at least Germany has been very dry over the last couple of years. So like while I'm complaining about rain right now, we do need a lot of rain. Like all the rivers are really low and everything. It's not raining enough. Is what it is. It's just like really not frustrating when you really need to sort of like dry out your stuff and you can't because it keeps raining. No, but yeah, that's kind of why I feel like that I've been reading so much nonfiction. I feel like the one review that constantly keeps popping up in my recommendations is Jess Owens apparently not being very happy with the new R.F. Kuang, which I have no further opinions on because I don't know, the one that I've read wasn't for me. But yeah, so that's like the one like individual book review that constantly stays in my recommendations, and yeah, I'm not clicking on it because why would I? I mean, I don't think like R.F. Kuang talking about people descending into Dante's version of hell is going to be something that I want to read because my problem with Babel was that I already knew too much about the stuff she was writing about, and as someone who has read more than one text by Dante and stuff about Dante, I feel I might encounter the same problem again. And yeah, I guess I'd rather avoid that problem. But yeah, but yeah, I'm wondering if I should do like a Malazan reread before No Life Forsaken comes out. I mean, not. I mean, obviously it takes a while, but that will be my fourth reading of the Malazan Book of the Fallen, and I should definitely reread The God Is Not Willing before then, because I've only read that once, and so maybe that's something I should do in the near future, so I'm ready when No Life Forsaken comes out, which is apparently set in seven cities. So I guess reading Dead House Gates might be a smart thing to do. So here's the thing. I mean, in principle, I do appreciate what Kwong is doing. I felt very much talked down to when I read Babel. Because it is about the Opium Wars and racism and so forth in 19th century and imperialism and colonialism in 19th century England. Um, One of the things that you need to understand is that my university, where I studied history, has one professor who has specialized in 19th century British Empire studies, with like a post-colonial bent. So I've had lectures on and courses on exactly those topics before, so I felt very much talked down to. And then I went onto a Discord server of a larger booktuber and someone was made, and there was a conversation about Babel, and someone was going like, "Well, I mean, imperialism wasn't too bad. We brought railways and we brought railways and civilization to India. So what's so bad with imperialism?" Or like, I guess maybe you need to be this blunt because clearly there is a need for that, and I should not complain for being someone who has had the benefit of like that level of education. And then I got admonished for not bringing politics into the conversation, and then I left the server because I guess if pointing out that imperialism is bad is already too much politics, I might just want to stay away from Discord servers that are for booktubers who are history teachers because yeah, I guess that's not my space. At what point did you give up on Path to Ascendancy, Chadia, if I may ask? I really enjoyed Path to Ascendancy in that I mean, Path to Ascendancy is basically here's a long list of reasons why Dancer really, really, really had to kill, should have killed Kellenvet in the beginning because holy shit, what a fucking dickhead of an emperor. And I have so much more sympathy with Surly at this point. Yeah, Lacine. I mean, holy shit. I mean, in general, those two had it coming. But yeah. Did you feel bad for Dancer at that point? I mean, Chadia? You might be right, Ida. Apparently, like I can't even make a comment on the weather without it being political. It's a bit of a problem. Um, I think like so. Yeah, I can see that. I did really sort of. So here's the thing. I liked Path of Ascendancy because it is relatively focused, right? It's a very small group of characters. And yes, there's a couple of characters added over time, and that's you know interesting the way that works. But like you get like a lot of information on, especially like also characters that you then later on meet in the novels of the Malazan Empire, because obviously those are Esselmont novels, and I like that's sort of like tighter focus in some way. But I mean, Dance's Lament is a bunch of really obnoxious teenagers fucking up a lot because they're really obnoxious teenagers, all of them, in different ways. And I guess in that regard, it's very similar to stuff that you see in Vykosi in Blackheart Man, and obviously fucking Severian in Book of the New Sun. Those are really really obnoxious characters that feel that they you know own the world because they're really good at one specific thing, and sometimes they get away with it, and most of the time they don't. And I'm not going to say anything of like whether Kellenvet and Dancer get away with whatever they're trying to do in in Dancer's Lament. Yeah, there is certainly some parallels there. I feel like, especially between what's her name in Night of Knives, Kiska, right? Kiska and Danza have a lot of parallels in like how self-assured they are and how they constantly run up against stuff that is much more complex than they think the world is, and how it takes a lot of learning, by which I mean they don't learn anything. That's the Knight of Long Knives. It- um, Also, it's not when the Nazis massacred their political enemies. It's when when the Nazis did house cleaning. It's when the SS did kill most of the SA people, and mostly internal enemies. It's when Enstrom was killed, and the SA was basically dismantled and then folded into the SS. So that's the important part there, right? It's not like killing your enemies. It's clear. I don't want to call it house cleaning, but it's when you kill your internal enemies and rivals and so forth. That's what the Knight of Knives is, and the title is very much deliberate in that regard because Knight of Knives. Obviously, you haven't progressed far in Gardens of the Moon yet, but Knight of Knives is the first novel of the Malazan Empire by in Cam Esselmont, and it is about that night when Lacine takes power and the Emperor and Dancer get you know dispatched post sort of, I guess. So that it just focuses on that specific night when Lacine takes power. So that's why the title is very apt in a lot of ways. But yeah, the important focus is it's an internal coup. It's not killing your enemies or like internal enemies. Um, who's her? You mean Lacine or Kiska? Um, I Kiska is difficult. I really enjoy the this is spoilery, like, so I like the Kiska stuff in which one is it? It's not Orb Scepter Throne. It is when Kiska's looking for her patron High Mage. And I'm trying to phrase this as cautiously as possible, and she has to run around with the guy who's really fond of his mustache. And that stuff is so obnoxious, but like how much he's in love with his mustache is just so funny, at least to me. Absalar is a very different character. Yeah, Kiska and the mustache guy is just like so funny. Thing is, like, there's so much built into that, and if you've ever been in a situation where dudes have talked about like beard grooming, it's even more funny. um, so yeah, I guess we now know how far in Garden of the Moon Britain is that he can make a sorry Absalar joke. So I guess you're very close to the end because that is like, I mean, I'm not too good with the. I'm somewhat vague on like the number of events, of the events there, but that is relatively late. One of the really interesting things, so Britain, you have been at the point where Tool and the adjunct have done their job at the Barrow, right? I assume so because I think that's roughly where that happens. Because one of the really interesting things is that if you read Garden of the Moon, that specific scene about Tool and the adjunct doing the thing at the Barrow, and you read Black Company, in particular, that is the White Rose, you realize that the whole scene of the thing they do at the Barrow, like walking into the Barrow protection stuff, is very clearly the same story that like Erickson more or less, I don't want to say copied, but like heavily inspired by Glenn Cook's description of that specific aspect of the Barrow, well, or Barrow lands in Black Company. Okay, yeah, that is very near the end. Um, it really depends on what you mean significant. So basically, what you in Path to Ascendancy is how the old crew meets, how you know Kellenvet meets Dancer, obviously, how they meet what's his face, blanking on the name, first sword, how they meet him, how they meet up with Surly and her crew, how they slowly build the empire in book 2, which is Deadhouse Landing. They meet Tetrasail for the first time, which is nice because Tetrasail is cool. In Kelmet's Reach, they find the first throne. In Forge of the High Mage, so you get like a lot of like backstory stuff that is interesting. One thing that I feel is really cool is that in you've read Return of the Crimson Guard, right? There's a scene in Return of the Crimson Guard that feels sort of like picked out of nowhere, where they're at an execution, right? Where the one mage is executed, and what's his face kills the twin of that mage that is executed, and you're wondering like what's up with those. And those are characters that you meet in the first couple of books. They play a much larger role, and once you've read my Path to Ascendancy, a lot of that stuff makes more sense because suddenly those characters that you see, especially in Return of the Crimson Guard, suddenly have sort of like weight behind them, and back sort of like backstories and stuff. Like Shimmer obviously shows up in Path to Ascendancy, and a lot of the Crimson Guard people show up in Return to the Crimson in Path to Ascendancy. Like you meet people like Blues and Shimmer in particular, and Kaaz and all of those people. So that is pretty neat in that regard. And you learn about, Malik Rel for the first time. So it's very much filling out like backstories, and that is interesting, and I like that. But yeah, I feel like Path to Ascendancy reads far more like a regular sort of like fantasy series in that regard. Yes, I feel like especially for Surly, it's really interesting because you kind of understand why she does the things she does. We'll see. Well, good luck. See you later. Possibly Britain. But that's kind of the thing with Lessine as well. Like both with Tatran and Lessine, they get like a lot more sort of like interesting backstory where you understand where they're coming from, why they're doing the things they do, and especially with Tatran, it's much more explicit that he is, I guess, what you might nowadays call neurodivergent. Like you get like a lot of like how he's very focused on specific things, how he struggles with understanding humans and like understanding human interactions and stuff like that. It's like I don't want to call him autistic, but it's very much in that vein. And once you understand that, his behavior in books like Gardens of the Moon makes a lot more sense. So in that regard, I feel like Gardens of the Moon, no, not the Gardens of the Moon, Path to Ascendancy does a lot of really good stuff. The same goes for Lessine. When you understand where she comes from, who she is, and how for the entirety of the fucking empire she does all the heavy lifting while Kellenbet and Dancer like constantly fuck off to do like weird adventure shit, and she's the one who has to sort of like organize the empire that they're sort of like like conquering. It's like they always come back. It's like, hey, we've just added like 5 more countries to our empire, and she's like, all right, that's great. And then they just like vanish again, and someone has to actually get the shit organized, and that's always Surly. And so you can see how she slowly sort of like realized that, like, starts building her own sort of like structures and power base to make sure that, like, should those two fucking idiots at some point not come back, there's actually someone able to, keep the whole thing going. And that's interesting in that regard. So it does add a lot of like dimensions to Surly that I think are worth understanding and make her less frustrating to read in Malazan Book of the Fallen, where you don't get a lot of stuff. And in that regard, I think it's interesting to read Path to Ascendancy to see sort of like how she ends up in a position that she never really fully, wanted to be in, sort of. And which is interesting because it you know, it's the usual kind of game. It's just like played large. It's like she's not she's not tied to home and hearth and having to sort of like take care of like the house and children, but it's just like scaled up. It's still like the men going out and having adventures, and she's the person who has to make sure that the empire actually runs afterwards. So in that regard, I think it's interesting to have that perspective. So I think it, like, if you hate Surly after reading after reading Malazan Book of the Fallen and the novels of the Malazan Empire, I mean, she only shows up in 2 of them, I guess. But like after reading those, like Path to Ascendancy could lead to you hating her less. I don't know if you would like her, but you can understand where she's coming from. I think like Return of the Crimson Guard is definitely the one that benefits the most from having read Path to Ascendancy, because it does add so much more background to, like, because Return of the Crimson Guard is like the first time you meet all those people like Shimmer, and all the people of the Crimson Guard. You meet them for the first time, and if you've read like Path to Ascendancy, you have seen the Crimson Guard become the Crimson Guard, and seen Prince Kaaz from just being like a nobleman's son and a spoiled brat turn into like someone who actually has something to fight for. And you see how Shimmer, starting out as a bodyguard for the Prince of Itkokan, like a sword dancer, turning to who she is. And so it does add a lot of like perspective, and you don't have that when you read Crimson Guard without any of that, which makes reading Return of the Crimson Guard feel so sort of disjointed in a lot of ways, because you don't you don't know half of the people that show up, and you don't understand why you should care for any of those people. And in that regard, I think Path to Ascendancy can help, because suddenly you actually care for those people, because you kind of understand where stuff comes from. It's like you understand why, for example, Shimmer does have that specific sort of like level of loyalty that she has, which is, cultural and comes from her background as a bodyguard and stuff, right? And you understand why she hates the Malazan Empire, because someone killed the person that she was supposed to guard, and stuff like that, right? And and that, I think, helps in particular with Return of the Crimson Guard. For the rest of the novels, it doesn't really matter, but like Crimson Guard feels so disjointed because it builds on a lot of stuff that you don't know. I don't know if you will this. Yeah, so like I don't know if you will like Lysine, but you may understand where she's coming from. She's still not a very likable person, but she's more understandable, because that's kind of the thing, right? Like Lysine was a was the princess of Napan, of the Nap Islands, and like the elder sister and her younger brother took over because of gender bullshit and so forth, and she flees and so forth, and wants to get the Nap Islands back, and then gets kind of tangled up with everyone else, and so she does come from like a very specific elite thing, and she does feel like she has the right to rule and so forth, so she has that sort of aristocratic understanding, which helps her in some regards, in being willing to take on responsibility, which does not necessarily mean that she's really good at it, which is why the Malazan Empire goes the way it goes. But so it makes her much more human, because like if we're really in the Malazan Book of the Fall, I mean, she doesn't have that many scenes, and in the novels of the Malazan Empire, she also doesn't have that many scenes where she shows up. So it does humanize her, I guess. One of the really fun things is that I think it's in Kellenvet's Reach, like the third Path of Ascendancy book. Yeah, there's a really neat connection to Gardens of the Moon there that you may just, you know, I mean, obviously you'll notice it, but it's one of those like weird, lesser, stuff that I don't want to spoil, but you read it and you're like, hey, this is really neat. Because it just involves like minor characters, like super minor characters. But yeah, I feel like in general, I think it's Lysine and Teish Ren are the two that benefit the most from the Path to Ascendancy books, because of like the perspectives you get on, especially Teish Ren, and where he comes from, and what is important to him. That's like the biggest sort of like thing. And obviously, there's like some internal stuff. Like one of the characters from Dance's Lament shows up in Forge of the High Mage, and there's a bit more of dinosaur action going on, and cool shit like that. You get like the whole like male versus Malik Rel kind of situation. So there's cool stuff, but it's mostly just like understanding why everyone hates everyone in the Malazan Empire, in the old empire, and yeah, backstory for Lacine and Maligrel. That's what you get. The rest is optional, I guess. Um, yeah, I mean, oh yeah, right. That's another thing that is interesting. Like, yeah, I mean, especially like the connections to Return of the Crimson Guard are like the main thing I feel. Like, a lot of the characters that show up and around what's the city? Oh God, I keep forgetting the name. Um, the city that Dance Lament is set in. A lot of the characters show obviously a lot of them show up again in Return of the Crimson Guard, and that is just like just neat. But I feel like for No Lives Forsaken, I think it's mostly for me important at least to reread both like The God Is Not Willing and especially Dead House Gates, because it is set in seven cities, and it's about I guess the chain of dogs in some ways, and how that has turned into like its own sort of like religion and stuff. Yeah, Li Hang, that's it. No, it's Li Hang. It's Li Hang and Rylanderus, the jackal, the man jackal, and all of that stuff. And yes, so apparently it's about Coltane and stuff in No Life Forsaken. So that sounds like fun. Oh yeah, I'm very excited for it. It's one of the books I'm most looking forward to. I mean, obviously now I'm really looking forward to Golgotha now that I it comes out, and I really hope that there will be an audiobook on release. But yeah, that the new Thomas Pynchon and hopefully the new Glenn Cook, because new Black Company. Because I think at the end of the day, as much as I love Malazan, I feel like Black Company is probably, if I would have to actually rank stuff, I feel like Black Company is probably my favorite. Because just of like how ahead of its time it was, and how much sort of like how much it does with so little in a lot of ways. It's just like incredibly impressive in that regard. And I still stand by my argument. At the end of the day, Black Company, the entire series, is a love story. I don't know if I want to call it a romance, but it certainly is a love story. And the fact that Glenn Cook actually managed to write more books is just like very impressive for someone who is also in his 80s now, I think. I mean, he must be. I just don't know how old he really is. And I don't think I will find out quickly by searching, because I don't trust those those new AI summaries that Google is doing. Ever since it told me that Anne Frank is a German author, I'm like, that is technically correct, but I don't think that's like actually the correct answer. It kind of depends. With Black Company, it really depends, because it shifts. I mean, obviously, it is military in a lot of ways, but there's very few sort of like large scale battles. There's like a very sort of like focus on like in sort of like internal sort of like dynamics within like the military, like soldier, like if you like the sort of like internal sort of like banter between like the bridge burners and stuff, then Black Company works really well. And so forth. Like you don't necessarily have a lot of like large scale battles and like formation X going there, and then the left wing moves over there, and then so forth. You don't have like a lot of like in so like detailed like graphic violence. You don't have that like the way you have it like both in Malaz and in particular with something like both Game of Thrones, like the Song of Ice and Fire, or like First Law, where you have like detailed like you know talking about which entrails are run through and all of that. You don't have any of that. So it's much more focused on like the psychological stuff in between in a lot of ways. And because all of it is sort of like first person, but by different authors, it does some really interesting stuff with like perspective and things like that. So it's just like really, really good. I have not read Margaret Rogers, and I have no idea about that. But like, I don't know. Have you, Charlie? Have you read the first like Black Company? Because that's like the weird one. After that, it gets much more focused. I don't know. It's just like it's hard to describe because it just like moves like through so many like iterations because it's always written by the company analyst who writes down what the company is doing, and throughout the series the analyst changes, and whenever the analyst changes the style completely changes because obviously it's a different person, and that leads to some really weird and interesting stuff over time. And like the second one, for example, is much more like a hard-boiled noir kind of crime whatever thing, and then the third one is more like a weird like Vietnam kind of thing, but also a mystery. I know it's weird. It also has like flying whales and shit with tentacles. So no, I've never heard of Margaret Rogerson, which I guess is my fault. So what you're saying is like Sorcery of Thorns is better than Prince of Thorns? At least I hope so, because Prince of Thorns is really bad. Yeah, I mean that's obviously the problem, right? Like if you're too sort of like caught up in like life stuff to focus on like challenging books, then that's difficult. So I hope the life stuff is hopefully receding so you can focus on books again. That would be cool. I just love like the opening paragraph of Black Companies, just like some of the tightest and best writing I've read in fantasy. It's just like so good. The whole like the pay was good, just not in coin of the soul. It's just so good. And like what it's like we should have known, One Eye said. Hindsight is hindsight is One Eye's hindsight is not impaired by his disability. I'm like, wow. No, it's really, really good. It also has like a Dark Lord is in fact a Dark Lady. There is a level of like military sitcom to it. I agree with that, but it gets super fucking dark later on. Like how far along? What's the last one you read, Ben? Because that's a really important question because it gets like very brutally emotional near the end. It is like one of the most like depressingly brutally meaningless, well, not meaningless, but like, yeah, one of the most touching sort of character deaths I've encountered in like fantasy near the end. That is just like, I don't know, it's just like brutal. Not bad, but it's just like, oh yeah, there is magic in Black Company. It's just like weird magic that is never explained. In that magic can do basically everything, and there's no explanation how magic works. There's like one situation where one of the analysts goes like, "Well, one of these days I'm going to track down one of the wizards and make them explain to me how magic works." But they never have time for that, which is sort of like Glenn Cook going like, "Stop asking me about the fucking magic system. I don't know how it works," which is something that Glenn Cook did a lot, which is just like has done a lot over the years. Like he's still alive, but like there's like in the first part of the series, there's like the 10 that were taken, which are these badass sorcerers, and for some of them, and they all have like these cool names like the Hanged Man and Shapeshifter and Soulcatcher and Nightcrawler and Moonbiter and so forth. And some of them, their gender is at some point mentioned because it becomes important, or at least it comes up, and fans kept like sort of like bugging and asking him about about the ones that never actually played a big role because they sort of like die off screen or off page and so forth. And it's like which of them was like female and which of them was male. And at some point it was like, I don't fucking know. Like whenever I have to decide, that's when I decide. Until then, I don't know either. Stop asking, you idiots. It's not important. And I really appreciate that level of like, yeah, this world is exactly where it has to be. It's like, I don't know, because this is like first person. What the Black Company doesn't know, you don't know, I don't know. Stop asking me. There's no like full world building thing. This is just like what it has to be. Hey Tom, ooh, yeah, water sleeps. That is brutal. Yeah, that's a good question. Like, why not Tom? Because I think like compared to some other things, I felt it like held up relatively well, like really well compared to some other stuff. Obviously, not putting you on the spot. Like, I mean, obviously, we as readers change, and sometimes stuff just doesn't work. But yeah, another thing I really want to get back to is like the Thomas Covenant stuff. Because I only read like the first trilogy, but you know, I feel at some point I have to read like the second and final, like the rest of it. That was one like I was wrestling with like a lot. Like when I first read it, I was just like, this just doesn't work. And then I tried it again, and then at some point it kind of clicked, and I'm like, okay, this is what he's trying. And that's like, I feel like reading in that regard is a lot like listening to music for me in a sense that there's like sometimes there's like albums of bands where I'm like, this is really what I should like, right? This is something that like by all the sort of like parameters this is exactly what I like. This should absolutely work, and it just doesn't, and it doesn't, and it doesn't. Like you give it like a rest, and like a couple of years later, you come back and it's like suddenly it just like clicks, and you're like, oh yeah, yeah, now I get it. That, however, is very understandable, Ida. I very much get that. Like, I don't read something because everyone else is. I, in fact, did read Black Company before I read Malazan, so it kind of worked for me. I remember that kind of pissed me off. I think it was Andy Smith was that, like, because he read like Malazan first and he made his YouTube channel and he's back now. He's doing stuff again. I just haven't watched it. Um, but so he made all these videos about Malazan. Everyone loved him for it, and then he was reading Black Company, and he was like, "This was supposed to be like Malazan. It's totally not like Malazan." And I'm like, "Yeah, because you're reading it the wrong way around, right?" I think like okay, so the writing, okay, I feel like so the casual mention of rape. To be fair, I can understand that, but I think it's sort of like you have to read this. I feel like you have to read this as like a war kind of thing, right? Like it's like the same way that there's like a lot of like very casual sort of like rape stuff going on in like a lot of like Vietnam movies, war movies, for example. It's not going like, hey, this is good, right? It's just like this is war and soldiers do fucked up shit in war because that's kind of like where that comes from. So I understand where it comes from, and and I think maybe that's part of the problem. Is like you're not supposed to actually like these people at this point, right? Like they're not good people, and that's sort of like where that casualty that casual mention of rape and a lot of like lots of like war crimes. I mean, you look at like the first Black Company books, they just like burn down villages and shit, right? There's a lot of like war crimes going on in that book because they're mercenaries in war, and that's just like how war is. And that's kind of the thing. You're not supposed to actually think that's good, and I think that's sort of like where that comes from. I can still understand like how that can be upsetting, and I guess that's kind of the point. But you know, you have to sort of like decide for yourself whether that's upsetting to a level where you're okay with it or whether it's too much for you. I guess that's sort of like the same way with like as I said, like with like war fiction, in a lot of ways. I think the writing, I don't know, like I feel like the only person actually giggling is usually Goblin, and that's sort of like a character trait for him, I think. Yeah, I mean, what do you mean by tangentially exposed to that life? I mean, Glenn Cook was a Marine. That's kind of the thing, right? Like he was part of the Marines in the 60s and 70s. So that's kind of where that comes from. So I think that that is very deliberate. That's very much like him putting a lot of like his experience of like being in the Marines in the 60s sort of like into that. No, I know he never like I mean, I know he worked there, but he never actually he was never deployed this way around. And I, the, like I have no skin in that game. I'm very much a civilian on a different continent. I have like no skin in that game, but I feel like it's very much sort of like a lot of that stuff comes from this background. I mean, I don't think he's ever claimed to, however, to okay, a Vietnam era vet is very different from like saying being a Vietnam vet, right? But I think he's never claimed to have been deployed. But he certainly is. He comes from that military culture, and that's certainly something you can see in the books. But I wouldn't. But as I said, like I have no skin in that game. I wouldn't know. And like German military culture, I guess, is very different from American military culture. In addition to that, now I think he was, yeah, he was never deployed from what I remember. He was just like he worked in the U.S. and as part of it, like But yeah, I feel like it's very much this like military culture thing that kind of seeps into the books, at least into the early ones. It kind of moves into different things like in later books, but the first book is very much that. Like I never looked. I mean, I looked it up once, but I forgot like how like when he entered and when he left because I mean he's in his 80s now, so I guess that's yeah, who knows. But yeah, I mean, like obviously I mean, if you have like your own sort of like experience in like the military and law enforcement like background, then I can understand how that can be sort of like feel different. I wouldn't know as a like not my not my experience. I just think like they're like very for a series of that time, they're doing a lot of like very interesting things. And one thing I still find super fascinating is that the first Black Company book came out at the same time, like 1 year before the first Wheel of Time book. And for the longest time, Harriet, Robert Jordan's wife and editor of the Wheel of Time series, was also Glenn Cook's editor for like the Black Company series. And if you compare those two series, it's like the level of cognitive dissonance that Harriet must have had at the time editing both of those is just like impressive to me because the approach to writing, the way of like using words, the way of like cutting stuff down to the absolute fucking bare bone, and like the way of like repeating everything ad nauseum. On the other hand, that must have been like a very weird trip. No, I've read him in English, but I'm obviously not part of the American culture. Well, because no, we've been going for like 2.5 hours. This started at like 8, so I guess 7 your time. I don't know if you said good stuff. Like I've been talking about how all the Nazis are into artificial intelligence and stuff, and we talked a bunch about Malazan. You missed your chance to talk about how shit how much you hate Forge of the High Mage. I think that's like the one thing you really missed was us talking about Path to Ascendancy. And now we were just talking about Black Company and but yeah, I mean to come back to that, like, yeah, I'm not part of the American military culture, of course, and I'm not part of American culture, and I guess that's good, maybe. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it's not on Saturday because tomorrow I'll be at a friend's birthday, so I can't do this tomorrow. Because if someone's turning 42, I can't actually stay away from that number, can I? Um, yeah, and it's like, I mean, I've read a bunch of like Vietnam like memoirs and stuff. I've read the things they carry and stuff like that, but it's still like always from the outside. Yes, I have read the first, I don't know. There's so many of them and they all have those like very similar titles with like something something metal something. I've read them all the way up to the one with the aliens, with the alien like flying saucer spaceship. Um but it's like like ages ago. I enjoyed them at the time. I think I'm not sure how I would read them now because I feel they are like very much something where I'm like, how poorly has the sort of like humor age, right? In a lot of ways. I feel like what would be really interesting would be to actually read the Garrett PI novels in parallel with Dresden Files and compare like Garrett's horniness with Dresden's horniness because there's something very interesting going on there because like Garrett PI is, I mean, Garrett PI is fucking everything in a lot of ways, and Dresden is always horny and creepy at the same time. So there would be something interesting there. I do like the weird openness of the Garrett world in a lot of ways, like how many weird like species are hanging out together, and that's like the general thing that I really appreciate about Glenn Cook's world building is that it's very much not your standard world building. There's always like a level of like psychedelic weirdness in there that like most other like fantasy authors from the 70s and 80s have like sort of like given up on. Like you have that like all the way back with people like Roger Zelazny and so forth in like the 60s and 70s. There's like a lot of psychedelic weird world building. Then like from the late 70s and especially through the 80s and 90s, everyone locks into this like sort of like very traditional sort of like weird Western medieval Europe sort of like Lord of the Rings kind of weird thing that you get with your what's it called, Memory Sorrow Thorn, the Austin Art stuff by Ted Williams, and obviously Wheel of Time, and yeah, Stephen Donaldson, Thomas Covenant, and then later on Terry Goodkind, and so forth. Everyone locks in, and Glenn Cook never actually locked into that, and always did like weird shit. And Garrett Pi is like super fucking weird. Garrett Pi is very it's Garrett Pi is a fantasy private investigator, hard boiled detective thing, and it's very formulaic, but it's also very much sort of like a parody of your hard boiled novel in a lot of ways. So you can bet your ass that he definitely, if he doesn't fuck the femme fatale that hires him, he's definitely gonna either fuck her sister or one of the witnesses or the suspect. He's definitely gonna get laid, and it extends over a lot of different species, is what I'm saying. It's a really interesting kind of thing in that regard because it does not hold back. And when you read Dresden Files, it's very repressed horniness in the creepy way that like whenever he meets like teenage girls, you definitely get an information on like how many nipple piercings they have, which is like, I don't know. Yes, I agree, Tom. It's like the way that he does not actually try to make his worlds consistent, but just goes like with this is really cool. I'm gonna put this in there. Who cares? And I think he gets away with it, especially, I mean, both in Black Company and Garrett PI, because of going radical like first person, because you know if it's a first person narrative, you don't have to explain the rest of the world because your character doesn't know how the world works. They just know what they have in front of them, so who cares about the rest? And I think that works really well, and especially like, I mean, Garrett PI is way more over the top in that regard than Black Company is. I think like his Dread Empire is, by virtue of being more traditional in a lot of ways, I think it's a bit more down to earth. I would have to reread that because I don't know how I would feel about his sort of like Islam adjacent stuff going on in part of that. But it's been like ages since I read those. But yeah, I feel like I think, but I agree. Like the fact that Glenn Cook does not actually, adhere to those sort of like unspoken or unwritten rules of fantasy that we have these days. He just goes for whatever feels cool for him at that moment, and I think that makes it work so well. I agree with that. I can certainly see how that may um, sort of like make it hard to read Glenn Cook for some people that grew up on Sanderson or whatever, and you go to Glenn Cook and you're like, what the fuck is going on? There's like giants and half giants and elves and unicorns are actually eating people, and what the fuck is going on here? Also, why are there aliens, and why is our protagonist now fucking aliens? Which I'm not making up. I also did really, really like his Starfishers trilogy, and the one before, like Passage at Arms. That is really interesting because it's basically a World War II submarine novel, but with spaceships, with starships. It's really interesting because it's all you have those spaceships, and they can always sort of like basically hide in, I guess, something hyperspace related for a couple of hours, and they're fighting this other alien race, I guess. And so it's basically a submarine World War II story, but it's spaceships hiding in hyperspace, and it's really interesting in that regard. Hey, Britton, how you doing? So those I really enjoyed. Like the Starfisher stuff is just like straight up weird science fiction. It still also has like very horny characters. At least the main trilogy, not the Passage at Arms, which is it's basically Das Boot, but in space. So everyone is just like sweaty and then like 1 inch before going mad because they're stuck in like a metal can that is creaking all the time and about to be squashed by pressure. That one I haven't read yet. I haven't read The Tower of Fear yet. I know he has a story in like a tribute to Jack Vance, Dying Earth. And since I really like Jack Vance's Dying Earth stuff, I am tempted by. I really want to read what Glenn Cook does with like Dying Earth because it feels like Jack Vance's approach to weird, everything goes craziness could work like really well with Glenn Cook in that regard, like on like a level of just like not caring about stuff. I mean, the thing is, like, I reread Black Company last year, and for me, it worked really well. But I'm afraid to reread Garrett PI because that was like much more uh, juvenile, I guess, because of like the level of horniness and like his dead but not yet fully departed like guy, like homeowner. That's the level of like weirdness that you have in like Garrett PI for like everyone else. Like Garrett PI, Garrett is a human, I guess, and he works as a private investigator, and the owner of his house is this weird fantasy being whose name I have forgotten, but he lives upstairs, by which I mean he's dead. But with this specific species, it takes a while for the spirit to actually depart the dead body. So you can always go up and talk to the spirit while the body is still like in that place and maybe probably not decomposing. And it's weird, is what I'm saying. It's like not the level of like it's outside of what you usually get in like fantasy. So in that regard, it certainly opens up your understanding of like what is possible in fantasy. I have not made any Elric videos. I should probably make some Elric videos at some point. But so, Charlie, the thing with like the Garrett PI stuff is I read those like 20 years ago. Probably even earlier. No, I read them about 20 years ago. And they could be incredibly sexist, and I was just not aware at the time. So I'm worried that they might be incredibly sexist and difficult to read in that regard. I just don't know. So please be aware of that. You start with The Black Company. That's the first one. And then the next one is Shadows Linger. And the third one is The White Rose. There's like if you buy them at printed books, there's like these bind-ups, which like the first one is The Books of the North, which has the first like 3 books, The Black Company, Shadows Linger, and White Rose. The second one is, I have no idea. Possibly The Books of the South. And then there's the Books of Glittering Stone. Ben would know how they are bound up. Like the first one is just called Books of the North or the Black Chronicles of the Black Company, and it has the Black Company, Shadows Linger, and the White Rose. And that is sort of like there's a sort of like ending after that. So you could stop after that. That's like a trilogy more or less in itself, and then it moves on. And there's like the Silver Spike, Shadow Games, Dreams of Steel. I guess that's the next one, and then it moves on to Bleak Seasons and She is the Darkness. And then the final one will be Water Sleeps and Water Sleeps and Soldiers Live. That's, I think, how they are bound up. The Black Company is not sexist. I mean, not really. I mean, comparatively, like for the times. But yeah, and I haven't made any Elric videos. I should probably reread the Elric stuff. I read them like some of them like many times, some of them like once, but I should probably just like reread all of them and make videos on them, which would be, I guess, worth it. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I mean, Eric is pretty cool and weird, and so I feel like the first, like the Eric of Melniboné is cool, but Sailor of this on the Seas of Fate is sort of like where stuff gets like really weird. Like that one story when they end up up on that island and fight Gog and Gog Magog, Gog and Magog, Magog or whatever they're called, and it's just this one being, and they find out that they're just like fighting their way through the eye of the being, and that's just like so. When I'm like, yeah, I know why you were drinking drugs with fucking Hawkwood in the 70s. Like I can see how that happened. It's just like so fucking weird, and I love that sort of like level of just like not caring about like consistency or anything. It's just yeah, just like crazy shit happening. And that I think is part of like I think that's in Sailor on the Seas of Fate, that when they end up on that island, the island is like one living being, and they just like one group fights its way through one of its that being's eyes, and the other one fights its way through the other being's eye, through the other eye of that being. And I'm just like, how did you come up with that? Probably with acid, I guess. But yeah. But yeah. No, Eric's amazing in its weirdness. Might be worth actually doing that, because I already that's like a thing, like I have those books. I couldn't just like do that relatively soon. And I guess the question there is like how to split it up, and how make one for every sort of like story, make one for like, I guess the question is like how to sort of like group those into videos, because like all of it in like one video is too much, I think. So I would have to split it up in one way or another. Yeah, yeah. You don't say. Lots of sexual undertones there, definitely. I mean, the first Elric book has this like very detached, like minimal language in a lot of ways. That I think is like, yeah. Isn't that like the thing? Isn't that like a quote from Moorcock when he goes like, he's not a good author, he just has like good ideas, and he would rather be someone with good ideas than being someone who's good with language. I think there's like a quote in that sort of like vein from him. I just don't know the exact quote. Yeah, yeah, it is weird, and I think like Elric works especially well if you understand that it's very much like a reply to, or like refutation of, or reaction to your pulp heroes like Conan. It's like Elric in a lot of ways is the anti-Conan, right? He starts out as a king, but he's very much not a physically powerful person. He cannot actually conquer stuff just by the power of his will and his warrior's thews knit to a keen fighting brain. He can't do that because he's physically weak and so forth. So he's very much sort of like, it's very much in dialogue with that, with those like 1930s pulp heroes in a lot of ways. And that context, I think, is important to see, to understand what Moorcock is trying, at least in the beginning, and then obviously it kind of moves into like all kinds of weird places over the decades. I mean, obviously the Eternal Champion thing is just this idea of like tying everything together over time. But I mean, he's not the first and not the last author who does that kind of thing. I mean, even fucking Robert E. Howard did that with like Kings of the Night, when King Cole and Bran of Morn fight together and stuff like that. There are like the idea of like having like everything sort of like slowly move into like one coherent, semi-coherent, whatever, like larger shared universe, is something that a lot of like authors have done over the years. Yeah, thanks, Biggest. That is exactly the quote that I meant. And it's a really good quote, and it really it does very much, at least like for the early stuff, it does very much sort of like explain like Elric in a lot of ways, because it is big ideas, and the writing is not, it gets better over time, but especially in the first Elric story, the writing is not, it's not bad, but it's certainly not, brilliant. It's not sparkly, which is fine. It's just like, it feels very pedestrian, I think, is the proper word. But it definitely gets more interesting over time, and he's certainly, you know, and that I think is like one of the things that I like and appreciate about like Elric, not about Elric, but like Michael Moorcock in general, like because when he was editing like the magazines and stuff and soliciting contributions from people like J.G. Ballard and so forth, he's always been someone who's looking out for like the weird, the interesting, the unique, and definitely the big ideas in a lot of ways, and that's sort of like a thing, like also where like his frustration comes in, that you see in something like Epic Pooh when he gets so pissed off about like, yeah, everyone is just repeating Tolkien and ignoring all the really interesting stuff that is happening because for whatever reason you think that all we can do is like having hobbits leave the Shire and maybe come back and so forth. Obviously he gets like incredibly polemic about it, but a lot of the frustration comes from this like sort of like the fear of actually having big ideas. No, Elric is really good, and I think you could get a lot out of Elric. Bend. It's fun. It's cool. It's weird. It has black swords and a lot of sacrifices to the lords of chaos to keep going despite one's debilitating chronic illness, and lots of psychedelics. I guess that very much sort of like does sum it up. Yeah, that's like one of the things. It's so easy to forget, like how old those first Elric stories were. That like when they were published. That was like fucking like late 40s, early 50s. It's like 70 years ago, which is insane. But that's the thing, like Elric versus Anomander is really interesting in that Anomander is sort of like an adolescent's dream of like a badass goth kind of hero. And Elric is never that, because Elric is, Elric is weak, and Elric is, you know, addicted to the power of the sword because he has to. And Amanda Rake is very much the opposite in that regard. Like that psychological weakness that is sort of like in Elric somewhere. I think that is something that obviously is not in Amanda Rake, which makes sense because if we believe that Stephen Erickson did not know about Elric and only Esselmont knew about Elric, the Black Sword, um, it it does say something very interesting on like the fact, like, to be fair, like to come up with like a character like as a teenager is surprisingly mature, because it's not usually what your adolescent dude will come up with, because you want like your heroes to be like badasses like fucking Fafhrd or the Mouser or Conan or whatever, like, strong and all of that. Like, but Elric is sort of like, I'll take all my insecurities, which I have to become aware of, and like actually be able to sort of like abstract and put all of those in one character. That's really interesting. And Anomander Rake does not have those insecurities. I mean, he may show some vulnerability later on, but he's certainly not that level of sort of weird insecurity that like Elric has from the first story on. Yeah, the swords need care too. They need food. I mean, in that regard, like swords are a bit like cats. It's like you have to feed them, because if you don't feed them, they'll take their food and they don't care about you at that point. Yeah, exactly. There's, I say, like, yes, it's very sexual in that regard, but like it's interesting to see that as something that it's also, if you read like stuff in the 50s, there's a lot of like a lot of like Jungian and Freudian stuff still like very much sort of like in the general like zeitgeist. A lot of like stuff that you read around that time has a very specific sort of approach to, or like a very specific form of sexual undertones in there that is very much filtered through that sort of like first sort of like bloom of Jungian and Freudian psychoanalysis that thankfully kind of receded into the background after a while, because it can become rather weird. But a lot of stuff that you read from that time has that, like you read, and some of the Fritz Leiber stuff, some of the Fafhrd and Grey Mouser, and later stuff like Our Lady of Darkness. Holy shit, that stuff's like very weirdly sexual in that sort of like, I've read my Freud, and I'm not afraid to use it kind of thing. I feel there's a lesson in there, biggest. Yeah, maybe I should actually make some videos about Elric. That it might be worth it to talk about that stuff in detail and nuance. All the undertones. Same for like more Jack Vance stuff, because very few people talk about Jack Vance, and there's so much weird, interesting, crazy shit going on in Jack Vance's writing. Although I suspect making a video called Servants of the Wank might not actually go down well with the algorithm at this point. Although I think it's been renamed nowadays. Like when it was first published, it was still called Servant of the Wank, and then they changed it into something else because they realized that slang changes between the 50s and now, and people might understand something very different now when reading that. And that is a weird book. Like the whole like Planet of Adventure series is like, Jack Vance has like such a weird approach to writing, because he constantly sort of like oscillates between like absolute like brutal craziness and slapstick humor and really like elaborate like weird humor, and it all feels like so, how to say that, it it feels super disjointed in like a very very unique way. Oh, the copy I have still calls it Servants of the Wank, which I'm very happy with. And I keep forgetting how the other alien races are called. One of the Durder and Cash and the Noom, I think is the fourth one. Um, but that whole thing's like you land on this planet and you have like these weird aliens and you need to steal something, and then there's like that one alien race that just like puts everyone in this like reservation where they then hunt people, and you need to fight your way out of that. And there's so much like that weird sort of like jumping between like really dumb jokes and shit, and then having like very serious like manhunt sequences, and then the next one is all about the wank. No, I don't know what it's called now. Um, Sadly, no longer the wank. But it's like the same with the Demon Princess, which is like another one of those that has like this really weird sort of like amalgam of like very serious stuff and then absolute like craziness. I know Jack Vance is just like a very unique sort of author in that regard, and I wish more people would talk about it. I think like what's his face at Library Letter has made a video on it, but then again, I haven't watched it because I don't trust that person. But that's like a me problem. I have not read Shadows of the Apt. I have not read any Tchaikovsky, which is probably a me problem. But then again, like everyone is currently reading Tchaikovsky and talking about how good Tchaikovsky is, which makes it very hard for me to actually try any Adrian Tchaikovsky. But that's the thing. Like Jack Vance is incredibly good with language. Like he has like a very unique style of language. Like his dialogue, like the underhanded like insult compliments kind of thing is like one of the things that like makes Jack Vance no matter which like world you're in, whether it's Dying Earth or it's the Demon's Princess universe or it's the Planet of Adventure or it's Leoness, like he's the master of the underhanded um compliment insult, and it's so funny and so good. No, yeah, I agree, Tom. That's the thing. It's like that's why I love Vance. Like, I mean, like I'm someone who really loves like Thomas Pynchon and stuff, and I or Umberto Eco, and I see like a similar sort of like playfulness and understanding of like language with like Vance on the one hand, and people like Pynchon or Eco on the sort of like supposedly literary fiction side of things, right? Like this very specific sort of like very conscious sort of like use of language in that and I yeah it's very much my thing. I don't know what the like here's the thing, it's like I have no idea what Tchaikovsky's people are reading, what Tchaikovsky's people are talking about. um I So the thing with like Tchaikovsky is like I know that like everyone over there on the fireside and whatnot, those people are all reading Tchaikovsky. I don't know who's actually making videos on that because the people on the fireside Discord, like Maton Books and Joanna and Red Fury Books and whoever is connected to them, they all talk about it all the time and how good it is, and then either they're making videos and they don't show up in my recommendations, which is fine, or they're just not making videos on it and just like having a circle jerk in their Discord server, which is also fine because I've left that Discord server. I will not comment on the whole beard thing. um, but yeah, I was going to say something and then I blanked on it for a second. Uh, oh, that like when I spoke about that like earlier with the bewitching and having all these like nerdy asides and stuff, and one of the really fun things, like because it's the whole nerdy thing, and it's all in New England, and she's like, and the main character gets lost, and she doesn't walk down like Admiral Street, and she ends up in like Pickman's Row, and I'm like, I love that because I read my Lovecraft. I know who Pickman is. I get the joke. I see what you're doing there. I'm expecting ghouls any moment now, and I hope they're making meeping noises. But yeah, really enjoyed that. Which is something I just like had to get out because it just like really made me very happy. And and I think that that's sort of like what I really like about Silvia Moreno Garcia in general. Like now that I've read like two of her novels, I really need to read Silver Nitrate. I think that's another one that I will love. Um, the joy of just like reading a book by someone who's clearly a fan of like a lot of like nerdy shit, putting all those references in there like on the side just because they can, and go like, hey, have you seen this? I know what I'm doing here. And that's just like, it just feels cool. It just, I know there's like a, and it's not too on your nose, I think, is what makes it so cool for me. It's just so interesting to me. It's like it's nice, but you don't have to get the joke to actually read the book and go like, hey, this is really good. And there's a ton of those, and I'm sure I missed some in The Bewitching. If I reread it, I'll probably get more of them. But it's a way, and this is interesting. It's a way of like for the author to sort of like build rapport with the reader that is somewhat outside of the actual text, but then makes the text have like another meaning, like another layer of meaning that I think is really interesting in how that works. And it's something that you have like with a lot of like books that like break the fourth wall or do all of these sort of like rapport building that I guess becomes more and more important nowadays because you have so much literature that comes out, so many books that come out that you need to sort of like build that sort of like personal like tie to the audience in one way or another that goes beyond just like having a cool story. And I like the more subtle approach that Silvia Moreno Garcia has to compared to some other authors that are just like so heavy-handed about it. Like, so I think that's just like interesting. It also is, I guess, a question that we need to ask, like, is it really necessary? Are we have we reached a point where it's kind of necessary to go beyond just the text and also build like this like personal rapport between author and reader, because books are much less just about the text and are much more about personal marketing in a lot of ways, with the fact that that we require authors, like publishers require authors to have like social media presence and so forth. And that's certainly like another discourse that we need to have at some point, which I guess ties back into that whole question of like immediacy and personal like, yeah, making everything like personal, authentic, and so forth. And that's something once again, like, I wish more people would read immediacy. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to say that book has to say about a lot of things. For example, that also like so much is very much about not only just like first person narratives, but also about memoirs and autofiction versus memoirs in a lot of ways. And not that I've looked too much into that, but like the whole like salt path kind of con- controversy or whatever, like that books that touch people nowadays are because they are about like personal experiences, and how that bleeds over into like clearly like genre fiction. Is like you still need to make it sort of about yourself in one way or another. And up to a point, Silvia Moreno Garcia does exactly that. There's like an afterword in Bewitching that I did not talk about in my video because I recorded it like 5:30 in the morning and I was not exactly my sharpest at that point. Um, that's sort of like the idea that you can exactly find the author in that text somewhere, like very personally, directly, and you need to connect to the author, not just to the characters in the book. And that's something that certainly has come up a lot more over the last couple of years. And on the other hand, you have a lot of like books that are somewhere between, you know, memoir and yeah, autofiction, which is sort of like a fictionalized memoir and so forth. And you can take then that to bring it back to the video that I'm probably going to make tomorrow. Like you can take that over to something like Careless People, which is, we already knew that fucking Facebook sucked all the time. And there were books like Broken Code, which came out like 2 years ago, I think. I think I think it's like 23, like, or maybe 22. I need to look it up. And so everyone knew all of that, but like once it's like a memoir, suddenly people pay attention because suddenly it's like a personal experience and not just like a sort of like third person, more like broader sort of like exploration. And we need that personal experience. And what that says about like us as a society, that we only trust something once it is personalized. I think that's an interesting thing to talk about over time. Ida, me neither. I only heard about it because of the controversy, but I think it does. Like now that I know what it is roughly, it does very clearly fit into that sort of like idea of the stuff that like Anna Cornby is talking about in Immediacy. But that's because I read too much Marxist theory, I guess. But it does very clearly fit into that because clearly it sold millions and millions of copies, right? It apparently was incredibly successful, and a lot of stuff is very, very clearly that sort of like it goes all the way back to stuff like Eat, Pray, Love and all of that stuff. It's all about like we want to get like personalized experience. We take those because and when you read something like, I don't know, James Bridle's New Dark Age and stuff like that, like we live in a world where we have very clearly lost control, and not only lost control, but like have sort of like realized that we are no longer able to sort of like understand the world because we are deluged by the multiplicity of like perspectives, data, impressions, the whole thing. It's become too complex. So what we focus on is individual impressions, individual experiences. We all produce those when we go on social media, but it's also the one thing we consume, and it's all about that specific like personalized voice. So books like Salt Path that are like one person doing their thing, or like in this case, I guess it's her and her husband. I don't know. It's like it it it's that directness, that closeness, that like being in that one person's head kind of thing. That is what we want because it allows us to sort of like focus on one thing and maybe allows us to leave behind that sort of like feeling of being overwhelmed by just like the sheer like fucking deluge of like impressions that is the world nowadays. And I think that is certainly something that's sort of like struggling to find an anchor that ties us to something and that moves over into fiction, when like pure fiction, when we also focus on like first person narratives, and maybe first person narratives that are clearly fiction, but also, if we know a little bit about the author's biography, allow us to see the author in that text, which is obviously, you know, very clearly beyond what, someone like Roland Barthes would have said about like Death of the Author. Um, well, biggest, I thank whoever hacked your phone, I guess. Thank you so much. Anyway, so that just something I find interesting to think about. And like I feel like once again, like with the whole Facebook things, like we all knew we had like other texts about it, like no one cares. And then there's like one person who writes their memoirs about it, and suddenly everyone goes, "Oh no, Facebook's evil." Who would have thought? Metallic Realms. I would have to look that up. I like the title. It has metal in it. I'm very easy to please. Let me see if that is something I can actually have access to. Good news. I can in fact have get it. All right. That does sound like something I really want to read. Yes. Thanks for recommending that. I'll look at that. That sounds very much like something I might really enjoy. Well, I gotta finish the Broken Code tomorrow, and like Broken Code this way around. That's like one of those things I try to add that to my Goodreads thing, which I sometimes update, which is not as often as I should or whatever, because like, fuck that thing. And you put in broken code and you get like so many weird, apparently there's like a 10 book something fiction series, and the Facebook book shows up at like underneath all of them, and I'm like, I thought the Facebook thing was probably like the big one because it's, important and whatnot, but apparently 10 broken code fiction books, which sound very Tom Clancy-ish, which I say without ever having looked at like what they are, but you know, are more important. But that's like super interesting. Like I said, like immediacy, the style of too late capitalism, highly recommended. It's just like very much full of like Adorno and Jameson jargon in a lot of ways. But it has a lot of really interesting things to say about like art and theory. It's a bit angry about Sarah Ahmed, which I get her point, but it's sort of like walking this balance between sort of like understanding that like in some situations the auto fiction and auto theory is really important, especially when it comes to queer fiction, queer theory, marginalized groups and so forth, where you need to sort of like start from your own perspective to where do you make the cut to suddenly you have like auto fiction, auto theory by once again white guys who probably don't need to sort of like center things around themselves because their experience is not exactly something that the rest of the world hasn't heard about before. There's certainly some, there's some points of criticism in there somewhere, but It also praises Colson Whitehead, who like if you praise Colson Whitehead and throw shade at Donna Tartt, I think I'm on your side, I guess. That was like one of the things. Sorry, but just like I just said Donna Tartt, and that just suddenly sort of like triggered me, I guess. No, um, I recently this like one YouTube channel is like trying out different writing routines and like how effective they are. And there was like, we're trying out Donna Tartt's writing routine for like a week, and I'm like, that is not going to help anyone because the only way you can have Donna Tartt's writing routine and actually be a successful writer is if you're independently wealthy enough to actually, attend an elite college, then do nothing and write your book for like 10 years. It's like that writing routine is something you can only do if you can afford that writing routine. It's like, it's like it may lead to some really brilliant novels, possibly. I don't know. They've only been like two, three, maybe, um, in 30 something years. But it's not going to help anyone who's watching like YouTube channels about like trying to figure out how to become a writer. It's like if you're a struggling person who also wants to become a writer, Donna Tartt's writing routine is not going to help you because that's so far beyond anything that's ever achievable on the other, unless you're already like independently wealthy. I just found that like super fascinating. It's like, yeah, sure, that's going to work for you. It's like those like weird like fitness wake up whatever like morning routines that are just like so far beyond anything that is achievable for anyone who actually has like a life. Just for writers, like yeah, and then I wake up at like 9, and then I have a coffee, and then I walk down to the coffee shop, and then I have like another coffee, and then I walk back home, and I unplug my phone, and then I sit there and I stare out of the window for 10 hours, and then I write 3 sentences, and I do that for like 5 weeks. And then I have like written half a page, and I do that for 10 years, and then I rewrite the whole thing, and then because I'm not Patrick Rothfuss, my fans are not getting angry at me because I haven't promised anything, and that works. And then I win a Pulitzer. But that, that's not, practical. Just found it like really fascinating to see that because it's not exactly, and so much of like sort of like writing content online is so aspirational in a lot of ways. Like, yeah, you can do that. No, you can't. Yeah, you can ask AI. Man, this morning, yeah, I mentioned that in like Discord. The fucking gall of fucking AI, like Adobe YouTube ad. Did you know that you'll never have to read a document again? And it's about like Adobe now being able to summarize documents, and I'm like, this made me so fucking angry, and I would love to just like get like a PDF version of I don't know Gravity's Rainbow and just like feed that to to Adobe and see what it brings up as a summary and see what it says because like the fuck. Or maybe I should just like actually start like a new booktube channel where what I do is like feed books to Adobe, take the summary, have like an AI text to speech thing, turn it into like voice, create some form of like AI visual, and let's just like upload 10 of them per day and see how it works. And that would make me so fucking angry. Yeah, that was smart on her part. Yeah, it's so hard to get rid of that AI stuff right now. Yeah, it's frustrating. Um, yes and no, Tom. Right? So here's the thing. Um, if you want to write books, you can always start writing. That's totally fine. You can do that. There are ways of learning how to write books. Some of them were like really expensive writing courses and writing classes, and then you can go and take like creative writing courses at university if you can afford university, and you can go to some like Clarion or whatever workshops if you're like really good and all of that stuff. So having some forms of writing courses available on YouTube for everyone to just like access without actually having to pay is not a bad thing per se. Because, you know, there are things you can train, and having some sort of like level of training, like external person telling you what to do, is not a bad thing. The problem with like YouTube is, of course, that like I could put up like writing courses. Will they be good? Probably not. But no one will stop me, and possibly some people will actually believe me. Who knows? So that's the problem with like YouTube in that regard. But like in general, I am very much in favor of having like writing courses available for everyone without having to pay like thousands of dollars in like fucking student tuition fees and shit. But that's totally fine with me. Um, I just don't think like, hey, here's the writing routine of whatever famous writer. That's not going to work because that's a very specific personal thing you need to figure out yourself. But someone like giving you like the basics of like, you know, whatever you learn in like a creative writing course at university, that I'm fine with. That's good. And that should be free. I mean, okay. Yeah, paid writing courses. I mean, as I like, I mean, I assume that like a creative writing course at university is a good thing because those, there's like several layers of like making sure that the person teaching that thing actually knows what they're doing. But like something that you can just like buy online, I wouldn't go for that. Brandon Sanderson has his lectures online. Yes, I haven't watched the new ones. I've watched the old ones. They were not necessarily very good, but yeah. I mean, the other part with like the writings thing is that, and that kind of goes into the thing I was talking about like 2 weeks ago when I was talking about the how AI content creation is like gambling, right? For a while now, people have been told that writing a book and putting up on like Kindle Publisher Unlimited and Kindle Direct Publishing and so forth is a way of just like making money on the side because it's so easy to write a book, which obviously isn't is not, but like in a world where like so many people don't feel like they can actually make it in whatever job they trained for and so forth. The idea of like doing this on the side and making some money on the side is very, very tempting. So there is sort of like an external pressure that leads people to starting to write books, whether they want to or not, because or like, you know, I think it's important to understand that external pressure that leads people to start doing that for, sheer economic pressure, economic reasons. And I think it's important to understand that. Does that make for good books? No. But the problem is not like people who should not write starting to write. It's more like, why do people feel like they have to? And like 10 years ago, like there were people on YouTube going like, the one thing you need to do to get like passive income is to write a book, and then you can put that up and you will earn money for the rest of your life. It's like, it's not going to work. But like this sort of like idea of writing books to gain like passive income is something that has been drilled to like a lot of people who have this very specific economic need to sort of like find ways of earning money outside of like the free jobs they're already working at like three different fast food places or whatever, right? So there is like this additional like dimension to it, I think. Yes and no, Tom. I mean, that's the thing is like it's the same. Like, look, it's there's certainly a level of just like right. I agree with that, but there are things you can learn, and it can be easier and faster if someone teaches you. The same thing like with like learning an instrument. Like writing is like learning an instrument in that regard. Like having someone teach you about like basic strategies, basic ways of like doing things can make it easier and faster. And I'm not against like having that like available to everyone for free and not having like people, charge money for that. And yeah, what I know Alyssa Matzik. I've not watched her like stuff. I've watched some of Ellen Brock's stuff, and that is really good because that's a professional editor that has worked in the field, and she goes through text and goes like, "Here, this is stuff that editors look at, and this is like how you could cut this thing and so forth." That just like watching that can be really helpful, and having that knowledge, I think, can help you be better at your craft. The same way that like having someone learning taking some lessons can make you better at guitar. Yes, you can learn everything by yourself. Will it make you good? Possibly, but you know, I'm not against like that level of like teaching. I think it's more like the idea that like you take lessons and that kind of comes back to the way that we see certain forms of education also as like a transaction. It's like you don't like the idea is like I pay you so then I get like good enough to also make money out of that. There's no guarantee when it comes to learning. The same with like university. Like, you get a degree at whatever college. That doesn't guarantee you will make a job. You will get a job that will allow you to make money afterwards. That's not the deal you have. You're not a customer in that regard. You're not the customer. And that I think is sort of like the fundamental misunderstanding when it comes to education, whether it's writing courses or music lessons or education. You're a student. The student teacher relationship is not a customer relationship in that regard. And I think we've kind of lost track of that understanding. Definitely, I agree, Tom. Like you need to want to tell a story, but like we live in a world where like the idea of like doing this feels like sort of like one of the ways you can still make it, the same way that like becoming like an influencer on social media feels like one of the ways you can kind of make it, because the rest of the system feels so fucking rigged that people try to do this. Obviously this system is also rigged. Like you can't become like a successful influencer easily. That's also just like gambling. Same way that writing books for money is like gambling, because there's no guarantee, no matter how good a book you write, that you will actually make it. That's not going to happen, but it feels more accessible because it is theoretically open to everyone, the way that like becoming a nuclear physicist is not open to everyone. Like the entry barrier to becoming a writer is technically non-existent. You can just like vomit out words. And now that you have like AI, you can press a button to have it vomit out words. and and that economic different sort of like dimension, I think, is something we need to be aware of and we need to keep in mind. It does not make for good books, but we need to change. We need to change that economic framework for people to only write when they really want to write, and not like this is like one of my ways out. One of the few ways out of poverty that I have is like doing this. um, and, and that's like one of those things I've been wrestling with, like with a lot of like the sort of like AI discourse, especially in like booktubish, like bookish sphere and so forth. Like this, yeah, this like the true artists and so forth. Like, yes, of course not. But like, we need to sort of like separate the sort of like emotional element of this, like the moral element of being a true artist, whatever that means, and we can argue about that on its own. We need to separate that from like people feeling that they have from the economic pressure of doing content creation because of economic pressure, because those are different, those are two different things, and you can't argue against the one with the other, right? Like, you can't go like, hey, you're not a true artist when the person goes like, well, but I gotta put out like 5 ebooks this month because otherwise I'll starve. At this point, you don't care about art. You know what I mean? And we need to sort of like separate those two things, and it's very easy to sort of not do that. And I've seen that in a lot of like discourse online about like using especially artificial generative AI at the moment. It always blurs into that. The moral, like, you're not a true artist if you're using AI argument, does not work for people who just want to strike it rich. It's just you're not going to reach those people. You need to find out why people want to do that or feel the need to do it that way. And in a lot of ways, in a lot of cases, I think that is just like absolute like economic precarity and the feeling that that's like the only way of actually reaching sort of like the promise of capitalism, because like, you know the traditional way of getting a proper education then getting a job is not going to do it. Hey Thornall, how you doing? How do you define dialed in? Also, my beer is empty, I think. Well, now it is. It's time. All right, it's 20 to 12. We've been doing this like for three and something half hours. You guys up for like one more beer? Because then I have to run to the fridge and get like another beer. That will definitely be the last beer for tonight, though. But yeah, you need to define dialed in that regard, biggest. I'm not a very dialed in person. One more tea. All right. You guys talk amongst each other. Biggest defines dialed in, and I'll get myself another beer, and I'll be back in a minute and a half, or how much time it takes me to actually get to the fridge. I can't wait for it to be winter again. Because I have to close the window and I don't have air conditioning, so when I stream, it gets super fucking hot over time, which is not good. Here we go. Um, and to become a god emperor, you need to have people sacrifice. Either you have to turn into like an immortal worm, or you have to have people sacrifice thousands, 100,000 of psychers per year, per day, and there's not that many psychers out there. I haven't met like a single one. Very good. An author at the top of his game. That's a very good question. Um, there's a few where you read like a book and go like, "Holy shit! This is like all of this is just like so perfectly like everything's like locked in." Now let me think. I guess I have to sort of like put that on the back burner right now because I'm like, they're on the tip of my tongue and I just like can't right now. Hey, Tom, that makes me very happy. I'm glad to have you here. See, here's the reason why I can never actually read Outlander. Like one of the last video games I played before I was too blind to play video games was Morrowind, and I don't know if you've ever played Morrowind, but like the entire game was like walking into all the dark elves on Morrowind, who always go like always call you Outlander, and I can't read those books without having that that's very specific voice sample in my head. I'm like Outlander. I'm sorry. It's very immature of my, but like holy shit, I will never be able to read those books. Yeah, I feel like half worm is definitely the better way to go. The amazing heavy metal band Mega Colossus has made a song about that specific god emperor. It's called "Behold the Worm." Well, they also have like a bunch of other Dune songs, including one that is called "Jihad Jihad," which they were like super scared to play in Europe when they were here for the first time. They're like, "We thought we might get in trouble for a song that's called "Jihad Jihad," and then we told them that like, no, this is not the U.S. You can totally do that. It's fine. I'm still trying to figure out which one of those books are that are just like because the thing is like I recently read one was like, yeah, this is like just like everything here works like perfectly. Someone has like completely just like done everything. Is like wearing like an author that was in control of everything the entire fucking time, and it just like fits. And obviously, there are like authors that always do that. I mean, you know, like later Thomas Pynchon is always that because he's just like that kind of author, but that's a very specific kind of thing. Um, Good question. I did feel like that last year with Nalo Hopkinson's Blackheart Man, which is a super weird book, but it's like you read the whole thing and it's like this is someone who knows what they're doing. And to be fair, she's been working on that book for like a decade or something, right? Like publishing other stuff in between. So it is very much that kind of book. Like you read that this is someone who's confident in their voice. It's someone who knows what they're doing. He's someone who's very willing to actually go like very painful places and go, and it works really well. Yeah, uh, that is good. Now, for Pratchett, I think for Pratchett, I feel like the one with Pratchett, I would probably say Nightwatch. Nightwatch is the Pratchett book where I feel he's completely locked in. Like it's the darkest one, but it's also like the one that is just like, yeah, I feel like Nightwatch for me. It might not be my favorite, but it's very close to being my favorite. But it's also just like the level of just like putting everything in there. The main thing is when you play Morrowind is that you actually put athletics as one of your main skills, and then you jump all the way from the starting point to Balmora because that already pushes your first skill a lot up. And if you know what you're doing and you join the Mages Guild, you also collect all those fucking flowers on the way to Balmora already, which allows you to actually start much faster. No lollygagging. Yeah. No, I didn't play Oblivion. That was I was already too blind to play video games when Oblivion came out. I know that it had Patrick Stewart as the emperor in the intro, though. That's like something I remember. It's like Morrowind and Warcraft 3 were like the last games I was still like able to see enough to sort of play. And I never finished Warcraft, finished Oblivion, not Oblivion. I never finished Morrowind either. Hmm. I feel like if you're already at book 4, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Like Black Company's influence is very much felt in like early Malazan books. Um, I feel like Black Company is easier to read. It's faster. It's much faster. Um, Malazan, when you're already in book 4, and I don't know how far you're in book 4 because book 4 is the first part of book 4 of Malazan is really annoying because I really like a lot of people really love the Karsa Orlong stuff, but it's really frustrating. What I loved about Morrowind is like how much stuff you can just like the way you get like a lot of information through like books. The Barbarian's alphabet is one of the best like items you could ever find in in any role playing game, like video RPG. It's so funny and it's so cool. Like I don't know, like generally like Morrowind had so many options, and they kind of pared it down in Oblivion already, and then they pared it down further in Skyrim. But like Morrowind has this like just like weird thing. I got so pissed. I got lost in somewhere in the mountains, and because it has that, when like weapons can degrade and break, and I get like attacked by a bunch of fucking cliff races, and those fucking cliff races suck so much. And then then my axe broke, and I ran out of weapons, and there were still more cliff races, and I just like died because I ran out of weapons. Not because Yeah, because I ran out of weapons because all of the weapons broke and there were still more cliff races. That pissed me off so much. But it's also just like really good gameplay. It's like don't go out in the wilderness unless you have enough weapons. It's something I learned. Should have paid more attention to fucking Mad Max 3, I guess. That is in like Silver Lake, right? I assume that's where you are right now, Thornall. Malazan is very weird sometimes. Um, but yeah, it is very weird, and because it is Malazan, that still does have like a lot of like repercussions later on, um, in many ways. But yeah, no, Morrowind, amazing game, weird game, um, very unique and fascinating. So yeah, I don't know what like if you need a break from Malazan, then go with Black Company. If you feel like you can continue, then I feel it might be better to continue with Malazan and then read Black Company afterwards. But like if you need a break, especially after the Car Long stuff, it might be worth taking a break. Um, yeah, I saw your comments. Thanks, Thornall. I love that book. I had so much fun with it. It was like, yeah, I don't know. It took me a while to actually read Silvia Moreno Garcia because everyone was like, Mexican Gothic, such a good book, and then everyone was like, no, I hated that book actually. And last year's Seventh Whale of Salome was so very much my kind of thing, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna read the new one, and it was really good, and I enjoyed it so much. And like in hindsight, I could have said more, but like as I said, like I finished it the day before, and then I was on my way to a festival. So I recorded it like 5:30 in the morning because I got up at 5 and had a cup of tea, and then recorded the video, took a shower, and got on a train for like 8 fucking hours to get to the festival to be there in time for the first band. So I was not as focused as I might have been, but it's a really good book. Yeah. No, I agree, Tom. Like that emergent thing is like so good in those kind of games, weirdly. We have so many options, and stuff does actually have like repercussions. And you kind of find out stuff, and like you can get better on a replay because you learned something about the world, and because the world is so large, like even though you know some sort of like tricks, like walking to Balmora and picking the flowers to join the Mages Guild or whatever, right? It will still be like a very, very different game experience the next time round because you do something else. And I don't know, maybe this time round you don't actually walk into the cave and buy drugs from the Khajiit in at the port when you start, which is something I totally never did because I wouldn't buy drugs from Khajiit just like randomly, right? I never would. And I think it's interesting to actually have sort of like I feel like Morrowind kind of worked really well with that because you had like a because it is an island, you have that like very specific sort of like physical limitation of the game world, and you can just like it's a sandbox, but it's a sandbox that doesn't feel like a sandbox because what you're gonna do, you're in an island, and you can build the plot in there. Like no one stops you from actually going like to the volcano and start like finishing the main plot like early on. You can there's like no sort of like force that stops you to actually do that. I mean, there's stuff that will stop you, which is you'll die. That is very true, Thornell. That is very true. Hey, Britain, how you doing? When's the last time you bought some skooma from Khajiit? Britain. uh, nah, I don't know. Those were good times. Those were like really good games. I mean, obviously, I assume there's still like really good games that just like haven't played anything in like ages and ages and ages. But yeah, I'm gonna step back and read some more Silvia Moreno Garcia because at this point I've realized that she has a very specific style that works really well with like for me where I get like something out of her writing that is just like makes me very happy, makes me feel seen, makes me feel understood, or at least allows me to be happy because I recognize a lot of references that make me happy, which is all I want as a nerd. And I feel like, especially like Silver Nitrate, which is the one that is all about like horror, like B movie horror films, sounds like something I might really enjoy, and maybe go from there. But like so far, I'm very happy with like her specific approach to writing horror books. Ah, that's the. I keep forgetting the name, but I know which one you mean. Now I'm working my way backwards. I just really, really enjoyed last year's on the Seventh Whale of Salome because you have the biblical connection thing, and you have like the '50s Hollywood thing, and you have the sort of like the interview stuff around that. It just made me like it's really good in that regard, and it reminded me a bit of Elizabeth Hand's Wilding Hall, which is just like such one of my favorite sort of like short horror novellas that is just like so good. Also, like speaking of someone who's on top of the game, like dialed in and everything, like Wilding Hall is very much that kind of thing. You just said like Clark Ashton Smith. Damn, that is something I need to read. Um, Wait, let me check. All right, I guess I can still hear me. Okay, I can still hear myself, so I think the stream is still working. So I guess it's you. Yes, it's seems to be you, Jane. Sorry. I guess like I mean, I have like there's like a 10-second at least, maybe 15-second delay between the restream thing. I still haven't read any of Olga Tokarczuk's stuff. Return of the Sorceress. Um, I just like in general, I just really love Clark Ashton Smith. So having Sylvia Moreno Garcia talk about write Clark Ashton Smith stuff sounds like very much my kind of thing. And that's like one of the things I wish I had mentioned in the video. Like one of the things that I love about The Bewitching is that because you have these like three levels, right? Like three stories in parallel. Like you have the 1998 story of what's her name? Oh, I want to say Miranda, but it's the wrong name. Minerva. Minerva, the student at the college in New England, and then you have her great grandmother's story in 1908 in Mexico, Alva's story, and then you have the 1934 story. 1934 story you only get like as a tale written down by that fictional pulp author later on, and that one is very much written in that very specific pulp style, which is lots of like adjectives, like the same way that like you read like Clark Ashton Smith or H.P. Lovecraft or Robert E. Howard. It's like a very specific style where you have like where you front load a lot of like adjectives before you come to like in your sentence, like a lot of adjectives and adverbs, and it's a very distinctive style that like feels very alien today, and like one of the reasons why I feel like a lot of people struggle with that kind of stuff. um and and she switches style between those three stories, which I think works really well because so yeah, I feel like yeah, sounds like something I might really enjoy because it sounds like I know she can actually do that justice. I've never stayed in Florence. I've been there twice, but I always stayed with bands in Prato, so we only drove into the city for stuff, and then moved on to other places. Um, but that's all my reference to Florence. I've only been to Prato. And to Parma Station, which I can't recommend being blind and drunk and not knowing a single word of Italian. Just as a recommendation, don't do any of those things. Or maybe do one of them, just not all three. But yeah, Return of the Sorcerer is such a weird story. It's not even one of the good Clark Ashton Smith stories, but for whatever reason, it's actually been like one of the more well known, I guess, more popular, more successful ones, I think. And it's don't get me wrong, it's good. It's a solid story. Just like don't think like his contemporary horror stories are like a contemporary for the time, 1930s, are like the really good stuff. I think he's like the best in his Hyperborea stuff, where he can they pull out all the irony stops, and the Door to Saturn is like one of my favorite Clark Ashton Smith stories, where you have like this like evil sorcerer, and he's haunted by this inquisitor, and the inquisitor storms his like sorcerer's tower. He just like jumps through this portal to, well, Saturn, and the inquisitor just like jumps right into that portal behind him, and then the portal closes and there's no way back. And then there's two guys who hate each other, are stuck on Saturn, which is apparently a planet where you can walk around, because this is like written in the 30s and no one knew what's that about gas giants and shit. And and you have these two guys who really hate each other, and then you just walk around this alien planet, and obviously they start building empires immediately and become best buddies, and enslave the natives, and sexually abuse the natives, and so forth. And it's just like so good, because you hate both of them. They're both assholes, and they do exactly the thing that white men will do when they come to somewhere where they can come across as superior, and suddenly all their enmities are forgotten, because now they can actually enslave an entire planet together, and they're like, yeah, let's do that. It's just like really good. Yeah, Firenze is not bad. I will not say that it was like exactly what Clark Ashton Smith had in mind, but it certainly does have that weird ring in there, doesn't it? No, it's yeah, the Door to Saturn. And there's a lot of these kind of stories in Clark Ashton Smith, where there's like a level of irony that like a someone like, obviously the very serious depressed people like what's his face? Both H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard just don't have that level of like self-awareness, I think. And that makes Clark Ashton Smith so interesting and so fun to read, because there's a lot of these kind of stories in there. And or the one I keep forgetting what it's called. It's I think it's one of the Sotique stories. We have these like two necromancers, and they just like walk into this like dead empire and just like sorcererly revive everyone to serve them, and enslave like an entire empire that has been dead for a while, and like turn them all into slaves to serve them. And then obviously they meet a very grisly end, because don't do that. Don't enslave entire empires. It's not a good thing. And this, yeah, I don't know. Clark Ashton Smith, just like so much fun. And yes, I have gotten copies of Beauchelin and Cobbleporoch through nefarious means, by moving to Alaska. Um, no, I have access to those. I just need to sit down and read them. And like if I go and reread like the Monasm Book of the Fallen in preparation for No Life Forsaken, I will also read Beauchelin and Cobbleporoch, and I'll make videos on those, and I'm very excited for them. I just like for the last half year, just always was distracted by something that felt I just wasn't in the mood for it. And but they have They have been on my phone for a long time, and every time I want to update my iPhone, it says like, "There's not enough space. You need to remove some stuff." And it was like, "You haven't listened to this. You haven't used those books in like a while." And I'm like, "Nah, nah, they're staying. They're staying. I'm going to remove something else. Who cares? Calendars are for losers. Beauchamp and Coble Brooch will stay." I wouldn't know. It's just like so weird. So like the way you can apparently skip, because like it's done through you can't fool region lock on Audible through VPN. It doesn't work. It because they do region lock through payment stuff, but they don't actually check how your credit card number, connects to an address. So you can just like create like a random address somewhere else and put that in as your billing address, as long as the card number works. Who cares? And then suddenly you have access to a lot of other stuff. And I created like a random access address, and now I live in somewhere in Alaska, apparently, which allows me access to important books like Rake's Fall and The Adventures of Beauchamp and Cobble Brooch and Ammonite and stuff like that. So that's pretty good. Yeah, probably better than Alabama. I don't know. Like I just like pressed like a random button to create me like a random address that sounds reasonable, and that's what I got. I don't know. I didn't get like alphabetical one. It was just like the first one was created in Alaska. I don't know. Could have been somewhere else. But yeah. So apparently I now have like a fictional address in Alaska. That must have been it. Biggest. I guess that must have been the reason. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, good thing earlier you reminded me that like the new Chuck Tingle is actually coming out in August, because for whatever reason I thought it was in September. So I guess I have a book to read and talk about this month. Nice. Okay, that's interesting. Obviously, I've never tried that with Kobo, but that sounds weird. Like, why are there different like VATs between like different states in the US? I don't know. I guess I will never understand that country. Maybe I should not try to understand that country. What with it kind of falling apart anyways. Probably not worth it. Yeah, could be. Could be. Maybe it's with all the oil and everything that they get like special dispensations or something. Who knows? But it sounds weird. I don't know. Okay. That I mean, Delaware is sort of like I knew that Delaware is special because that's like where everyone like puts their like corporation headquarters to actually avoid all the taxes. So I knew about Delaware, but like interesting. That's Still weird. I've seen the title of Notes from a Regicide, and then I kind of just like brushed past it for whatever reason. But I'll have a look at it. I mean, obviously, I know there's a new Guy Gavriel K book out, and I'll read that at some point. But it feels like it's sort of like a follow up to Song for Our Bond, which I still have to read or finish or reread because I kind of stopped reading that at the really unnecessary dick sucking scene. And so maybe I should get back to that at some point. I don't know. And I still want to read Stephen Graham Jones's The Buffalo Hunter Hunter. That also sounds like something I might really enjoy. But it's just been so hard to motivate myself to read fiction for whatever reason. And go like, I could read something really angry about like capitalism sucks. And then I go and do that. And then I'm like, oh, wait. Maybe also read a novel from time to time, shouldn't I? But yeah, I mean, Lucky Day definitely, and then September, Golgotha. If I mean, whenever I can get an audiobook, and in October, well, Shadow Ticket I already have pre-ordered, and I am very excited about that. Not that I'm, qualified to make any comment or commentary on like a Thomas Pynchon novel, but yeah, I'm very excited. Guess I'm just gonna read it and not say anything about it, and then when everyone else talks about it, I'm like, yeah, I know. Or I'll just say, I could I could reread some more Thomas Pynchon until then. I should really reread Against the Day, which is like the first Thomas Pynchon I ever read, and at the time I was very much in over my head, both like obviously thematically, which is like normal for Thomas Pynchon, but like also like it was like one of the first like big novels I read in English, like after leaving school, and just like for myself, and I was like, yeah. I finished Moby Dick. I guess I can deal with Against the Day, and the answer is yes, sort of, kind of, but holy shit! um, Interesting book. But it made reading Gravity's Rainbow almost relaxing afterwards. I can tell you that. Which I guess is not something you should ever say, but it's one of the reasons why I'm like I should probably go back and reread Against the Day, and because my English understanding skills have certainly gone up since then in a lot of ways. So I'll probably take a lot more out of it nowadays, and maybe I'll talk about it. Wouldn't that be interesting? I haven't seen any Daniel Green. I have not been subscribed to Daniel Green. I don't follow Daniel Green. I have no idea. So, but I know I can do better. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure it'll not get like the same amount of views, but I'm pretty sure I can. I probably have like more to say on it, but I'll have less cool editing, and I probably don't look as good. I have read 1984. I think it's overrated. It's a good book, but I think Animal Farm is actually much better. But yeah, 1984 is interesting in that is like the kind of book that like everyone misunderstands and so forth. But like I don't know if I have like too much interesting things to say about 1984 because it's about authoritarianism. It's not against communists. It's not anti-communist. It's maybe anti-Stalinist, but it's very much not anti-communist because, you know. But I don't know. I think it's an overrated novel. When it comes to that kind of stuff, I feel like talking about Brave New World might just be way more interesting. Violent is fun. Yeah, like that's the point. Like Tom, I agree. Like Pynchon books are just like, yeah, it's like having lived through it would have been like amazing. And I've read some like other like nonfiction stuff on like the psychedelic counterculture and stuff like that. Like, but yeah, holy shit. But certainly, as I like, I'm like the fact that he is actually putting out a new book this year is certainly making me very happy, and I'm very excited about it. And it's gonna be interesting. It's also gonna be really interesting because it's about spy stuff in like 1930s Budapest between like the Nazis and the Soviets and so forth. And since I already read Neil Stephenson's Polostan, and Neil Stephenson certainly has been very much influenced by Thomas Pynchon. Having like his latest book very much covers sort of like the same sort of like era and the same kind of space. Might be really interesting to see how those two things sort of like intersect and react to each other and how or not. And I think that might be interesting to see. No, I've read 1984 and I've read Animal Farm as well. And Animal Farm, look, it's Animal Farm is way more direct. It's way more in your face. Also, Boxer being carted off to the glue factory is like probably one of the most depressing things ever. Um, no, I mean, both are good books, but I feel like Animal Farm works better because it's more focused in its sort of like this is an allegory about like how Stalinism kind of sold out the revolution basically. And 1984 is about totalitarianism, and that makes it like open to like interpretation from different sides. And you have like all the right-wing people go like, oh, this is like 1984, I'm not allowed to say the n-word anymore. And you have like the left-wing people going like, this is like 1984 because you're burning books and like banning books and closing down libraries. And because we live in a time where everyone goes like, we have to watch, we have to take like both sides. It's like, no, you don't. Not being allowed to say the N word is not comparable to actual book bans, but because it is somewhat ambiguous, and we live in a time where like literally taking everything literal is sort of like the only option that we have. To go back to Anna Kornblue's book Immediacy, um, yeah, we're kind of fucked. And you can't actually misinterpret Animal Farm. It's that direct. And yes, it's sad that we need to be this clear, but like, it's frustrating, is what it is. Nah, could be that Nif hasn't read it. I don't know, but like, yeah, I think it's important to read 1984, but don't read too much into it, right? I think like in a lot of ways, I feel like that like Brave New World had more cogent things to say about the world that we live in, which doesn't make it like, a useless book, but like, yeah, both of them are depressing. All right, guys, it's like midnight. We've been going for like 4.5 hours. Holy shit. Um, I will slowly end this. My beer is almost empty. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate that. I'm gonna go and get some sleep. And I've been awake since like 7 this morning, so it's probably time to do that. And yeah, I'll try to make a video on the whole Facebook thing and be mad about stuff and shit, and talk to you about that. And I'll try to record the whole like AI video, the generative AI, and all the other stuff video next week before I fuck off to not Headbangers Open Air, to Summer Breeze Open Air the week after, because that one's, I guess, will leave at like Tuesday. So I'll be gone for an entire week. So I'll try to actually do some stuff in advance to have, some content up. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Like, I know there was like super short notice and on a Friday, not the usual day. And so, yeah, thanks. And Tom, welcome to this weird community. I appreciate you hanging out with us. All right. See you. All right. See you around.